Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is debate night. We got myself versus Tilly, and it will be moderated by Destiny. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to No Fugazi Podcast. I'll be bringing up Tilly and Destiny in just in a second, but let's get the normal scheduled programming. Tonight is debate night. Me versus Tilly. You've seen her. She debated Charlie Kirk, and also she appeared on Pearl channel as well. And now she's making her rounds. We got a few links in the YouTube description. First link is going to be for the members. If you like the podcast, you want to support the show, become a member. We got 3 tiers. First tier is Gang. Second tier is Hitman. Third tier is Mob Ties. The next link is going to be for one-on-one consultations if you want to speak with me privately. And then we have the Clips channel where we post clips on there daily. Subscribe to the Clips channel. After that, we have all of our social media links, the TikTok, the Instagram, the Facebook. Hit us up on all social media platforms. All right, let's go ahead and bring up Tilly and Destiny, and we'll get started.
Hey, what's up?
Cool. What's up, everyone? Yep, I could hear you. Just some background noise there. I'm not sure what end that was coming from. Sounds like it was a shower.
Don't worry. Something's happening. Okay, I'm moderating. I'm going to be keeping track of the time here.
Yeah.
Tilly has the opening statement. It's going to be for 4 minutes, and I'll start the timer as soon as she starts. Unless, does she need to introduce herself as well?
Oh, yeah, Tilly. If you want to go ahead and once again, also chat this debate is the topic is patriarchy necessary and good for society? So Tilly, you can go ahead and introduce yourself and speak about anything you got going on for just a brief minute, and then you can start with your opening.
Okay. Well, I'm Tilly. I think you gave me a pretty nice introduction. I've been online for a short time now. I initially went. I did the rounds after debating Charlie Kirk, and so I'm looking forward to the debate. Is it fine if I just go straight into it? I guess I can say I'm on YouTube at Blonde Praxis, and my Instagram is Tilly with loads of L's. If there's self-promo involved, but yeah, if I'm okay to start.
Yeah, Destiny, whenever you're ready for the timer.
Yep, I've got it running on my end. I'll tell you when there's 30 seconds left. I'll start as soon as you start talking, Tilly.
Okay. I'll start in just a sec. 3, 2, 1. There are 3 reasons why Cooley's crude interpretation of pop philosophy that he calls force doctrine falls apart. Firstly, something to understand that Cooley doesn't understand is that he has to be good at arguing for socially constructed rights. But I will argue that rights exist as good features of social arrangements, and I'm going to ground this in contractarianism. I could grant Cooley the entire supposed internal critique of force doctrine, but if I can demonstrate why rights are not granted but simply there's no contradiction inherent to feminism at all, and patriarchy is therefore not necessary but limiting. Why is this? Because rights aren't physical things you can point to, sure, nor are they subjective opinions or socially constructed preferences, though. They are normative facts about the rules of mutual demonstrate that any rational equal accept. Rights are derived from the logic of cooperation, which means not from feelings or the state or whoever is the strongest. They come from what's rationally required for people who share a world to coexist without domination. That means they exist regardless of male enforcement classes or not. Male enforcement is one arm of realization of rights that exist regardless of whether or not men are quote unquote benevolent for not violating them some of the time. Secondly, feminism begins with the enforcement of the social contract by extending the right to be protected from arbitrary domination interpersonally to women as well as men. But it extends beyond this to erode negative cultural norms as well. Those norms are matters of social preference, not objective rights, and their transformation does not depend on male enforcement. Because actually, male enforcement is the weakest apparatus for enforcing feminist progress. Just like I can't put a gun to anyone's head to make them believe in God, nor can you throw a man in jail to make him view women as human people deserving of social protection from arbitrary force. Thirdly, even if I grant that male physical prowess matters here whatsoever to justify patriarchy, it just demonstrates that Cooley too is in danger from men stronger than him. Civilization requires that we collectively opt into a contract to choose to respect each other's property rights even when we could defile them, that we choose not to take another's life even if we could take it. Therefore, if Cooley tries to express that men kindly grant women rights by not interpersonally violating them, and that therefore patriarchy is a necessary good, then he also has to concede that Chris Bumstead and Mike Tyson kindly grant him his rights by not interpersonally violating him. This is why force doctrine is a rapist's mentality. It is why men feel emasculated when I put force doctrine to them in these terms, because suddenly they can start grounding rights somewhere. They can start producing inherent rights from thin air. So I can explain my position as to why patriarchy is a bad thing for women, but I think that first I can just define a couple of terms since I have about a minute left. So I can define feminism as the extension of the social contract to include women as full contracting agents, eliminating interpersonal arbitrary domination and ensuring like a cooperative equality. A state, therefore, is an institutional system with a monopoly on legitimate force. I think this is quite intuitive. And crucially, therefore, the state is not inherently male or patriarchal. It is a practical enforcement mechanism for rights-based cooperation, which includes lawyers, a police force, politicians, bureaucrats, and others. So all that force doctrine essentially proves is that society exists. Hence, I can show why patriarchy is bad principally once we grant all of this. Like, we can do practical arguments too, but I would really want to get this principle out of the way first, because I would say that patriarchy is bad, primarily because it blurs interpersonal private force with public force, because it rejects the core principles that create good civilization, i.e. the restraint of private force. I can end the opener here.
Okay, 30 seconds left, but we can end it there. So Guzi, I got 4 minutes on the clock whenever you're ready to go.
Okay, sounds good. I'll start now. Is patriarchy necessary and good for society? I take the affirmative position, and it's ironic because my opponent takes the non-affirmative position, and she's a proud, self-proclaimed feminist, but isn't aware that feminism appeals to patriarchal systems to enforce the mental constructs, also known as rights, that she has in her mind. A patriarchy is necessary because it's inevitable if you want a society, and a society is an aggregate of people in an ordered community. Well, how do you create order, one might ask? It's by enforcement of rules, laws, and rights, and men have the monopoly of force to enforce said laws and rights. A society without order is chaos, so women would have to appeal to a collection of men to enforce their rights. But men aren't afforded the same privilege of having women to enforce their rights, which is why feminism and other egalitarian systems like socialism, which I think my opponent may make some prescriptions for if she concedes to force doctrine, but feminism and socialism both push for equality, which is just a lie, because only a collection of majority men can do the enforcement of the rules, laws, and rights, which creates order, and collectively women can't do the same for men or for themselves. So it's never equal. Now, let me make this clear. I don't believe that might makes right. Force doctrine is a prescription. Isn't a prescription, it's a description. But I think I can demonstrate how my opponent is the one that actually believes that might makes right. I'll concede the rest of my time for my opening by asking Tilly this one question. Do you believe that morality is subjective?
Okay, 2 minutes left, but yeah.
Yep, I conceded. I concede all my time. I got lots of minutes left. I'll concede that to ask her this one question. Do you believe that morality is subjective?
No, I believe that there are certain rights that we ground in social contractarianism, which is outside of and or mind independent. So, for example, as I outlined in my opening speech, feminists do a couple of things. The first thing they might do is enforce subjective rights that are basically mind independent logical phenomena that any rational agent would agree helps people live and coexist in society without dominating one another. So that's an objective thing. For example, the right to life. What I would say is subjective, i.e. like preference-based, are fighting against certain cultural norms that feminists view as negative. And that doesn't require an enforcement class.
Okay. Well, if you say that you don't believe in subjective morality, what you're doing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that you believe in objective morality, and it's objective because it's mind independent, but you just said that you rely on logic to create some type of right where it's objective. That really doesn't make any sense. So I'll just ask you a question. If it's the case that you think that you have this right in your mind, right? Like you gave the Mike Tyson example. For example, right? If I'm around Mike Tyson, if I walk around Mike Tyson and in his prime, I think that I can defeat him now, but in his prime, just being honest here, in his prime, if I walked around Mike Tyson, and he was like, Cooley, I don't want you speaking, no more talking. Well, we would have to tussle, right? And it's a high probability that Mike Tyson is going to whoop me real bad. And basically, Mike Tyson would hold, I don't have any right to speak. I can speak, or I can suffer the consequences of being punched in the mouth by Mike Tyson. So I don't really have this right to speak without experiencing any consequences. And I think for myself as an individual, because I'm not a beta, I would continue to speak and just take the butt whooping. But most men would probably just concede and never speak. They'll give up all their rights, never speak, and just concede to Mike Tyson. So with that being said, how you're trying to like map morality and say that if you're not mapping morality can only be mind independent if it's mapping onto divine command like a god. But if you're just mapping it on to logic and reason and stuff like that, well, it's good for people to to have life. Well, some people don't think that. And also, if you kill my family, well, it's a high probability that I'm going after your family. So you're not really like mapping this onto anything. You're just like saying words, but it doesn't really hold any weight. How do you ground morality? Please explain.
Right, I'll ask you a really simple question then, which is 2 + 2 4, whether or not you are on Mars or on Earth? Like, let's say every human being disappears from society. Is 2 + 2 still 4?
That is true.
Right. So that's where I ground rights. Do you see how, like...
Okay, so that is math. Okay, got it. What you just did was, so what you're doing is you're using a transcendental argument to say that, well, I mapping rights onto transcendental categories. Transcendental categories is logic, like logic and reason, things that we can't objectively prove, right? We can't objectively prove these things, but we still live everyday life. Real quick, we live I already answered your question. We live every day. What you're doing is you're using a transcendental category to prove rights, but you're not demonstrating it properly because it can't be demonstrated. So my question is, how do you ground your morality if it's objective? Where is it grounded in? It's not grounded in logic.
Wait, can I real quick? Can I ask a question for both sides, and then your question can still stand up? Maybe this will. I'm just curious. Can both of you tell me what you believe a right is? Like, give me a definition of what you think a right is, or what rights are.
Yeah, I'll go first. So, a right is.
Yeah, cool. I can go ahead first.
You're cutting out. I'll go first, Tilly. You're having some issues. It's cutting out. But yeah, so a right is just a construction. Yeah, now it's a delay.
A little bit. If you have like a Wi-Fi that you can connect to instead of like like instead of a cell phone connection or something?
Yeah. I'm gonna hotspot to my phone.
For that.
All right, yeah, no worries. Let's give her a second here. Everyone that's tuning in right now, too, get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher. Get the likes up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you already haven't. Okay. She's probably going to come back in. So also everyone in the chat as well, I will be reading all super chats. So if you have any questions for myself or for Tilly during the end of the debate, we'll get to those super chats. And then we'll be allowing people to come up and ask Tilly questions and myself questions at the end of the debate. But we're only allowing people that sends in $50 super chats or above. If you're a member, then you have to send in a $20 super chat, and then you can come up and ask myself or Tilly some questions. Let me see if she came back in.
Is this
Okay.
working again?
Yeah, that's better.
We'll see. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So I guess I'll answer the question first, Tilly, because I think that is a good question that Destiny posed. We should define.
Real quick.
She's pausing again. Yeah, she keeps going out. All right. Well, while we're waiting, chat, get the likes up. I see no super chats in here right now. Also, Destiny, are you streaming this live on your channel?
Yeah.
Yeah. For Destiny's audience, if anyone wants to, ask any questions and stuff, or come up and, at the end and ask questions, send in the super chat, and we'll get all of those questions answered. All right, let's try this again. All right, so Tilly, you are up, but your screen is black right now. So, hey, Destiny, where is she located? She's in the UK.
Maybe?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Okay, she's just came backstage. Let's try it again.
Hello?
Hello. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I'm trying my phone.
Do you have a Wi-Fi, like an internet connection?
Yeah, it's just shutting off now. Hey, chat, this is what happens when you do it live, man. Things tend to happen. But hopefully she can get it figured out. Let's try this again. All right, Tilly, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Right. I think I'm lagging like crazy. Oh.
Yeah. Wait. Do you have like a Wi-Fi connection, like an internet connection in the apartment? That's not a phone.
I should do, but I don't know why it's not working.
Are you connected to it?
Yeah, it's lagging with the audio and with the video. So if it wasn't the video, I mean, if the audio is clear, then, she could just shut the video off, but both is messed up. Let me see. She just went. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just fully remove her, and then she's going to just have to fully come back in. That may work. Because before, it seems like she wasn't fully removing herself. So I'm going to just boot her out the entire restream. Hopefully that'll work. Shouts out to Dominic Howard that joined the gang. Appreciate you for joining the membership. I mean, since we hear Destiny, I mean, this is why women need the patriarchy. They don't even know how to operate Wi-Fi correctly. God dang, she need a man to help her.
I mean, I've done a lot of troubleshooting for Wi-Fi, mic, and everything else for guys too. So I feel like nobody.
That is true. Men do be slacking too, but I would say women in general. Nah. Let me stop playing. All right. Let's see where we at. So she hasn't. All right. So I fully booted her out. She didn't even try to attempt to come backstage yet. So maybe she's working on something here. Oh, while we're waiting, let's just read some funny super chats. I think this is from your side, Destiny. Says Cooley wears a suit and thinks that puts him in a different category. Tilly is relaxing in her room, debating a clown on his podcast chair, and now he's referring. No, man. Listen, that's funny though. That is funny. That is funny. I don't always wear a suit, but I thought that, you know what, today I'm gonna wear a suit. Why not? Shout outs to, just going to read some super chats while we're waiting. You know what? I'm going to be friendly since none of your people are sending in super chats, Destiny. I'm going to read their regular chats. Because over here, we keep it no fugazi. We like all the smoke. We like the jokes and all that. Shout outs to Zigzag. He sends in $10. He says, sup, bro? Here's some coins while we wait. Glad I made it live. Okay. Appreciate you, man. All right. Tilly just came back in. Let's see if this is working better now.
Hello, I joined on my phone. Is this okay?
Yes, it's much better right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
much better. Much better. All right. So, where were we, Destiny?
So I was just curious. I feel like both of you should define rights.
Okay, could you go ahead, Cooley, and redefine your definition of rights because I missed it?
Okay, yeah. So I think that rights is a construct of the mind. So rights is a construct of the mind. We, formulate these do's and don'ts in our mind, and then men enforce those rights. A collection of men enforce those rights. So rights is just a construct of the mind.
Okay. I would say that rights are the minimal set of claims that each rational agent has to be able to make over themselves and over the world in order for a social contract to be possible, i.e. society.
Okay, got it. And who would enforce those rights?
I think that... I mean, what are you getting at when you ask that question?
I'm asking that question. So you define rights as... repeat it again, actually, because it's so ambiguous. It's like hard, or maybe I'm just slow. Repeat it again. You're in, what is it? Cambridge University?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I just have a high school education. Repeat it again for me.
So I say that rights are the, hold on, I wrote the definition down myself. It's essentially the minimal set of claims that each rational agent has to be able to make over themselves and over the world in order for a social contract to be possible, i.e. mutually agreeing and binding themselves to a contract to enter society.
Okay, got it. So then rights is a construction of the mind.
No, because rights are a set of constraints that any rational agent would agree to put on themselves when they choose to enter society. Just like how maths, there's like obviously the debate about whether or not maths.
Yeah, but it's subjective. We give ourselves these rights, is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I say. I say that rights are to do with the extent to which we follow any kind of rationality insofar as it would require us to enter society. So it's like, for example, mathematical theorems or like Nash's equilibrium, these types of things are just like basic fundamentals about the world that sure we use to discover it through our mind, but they're not invented.
Okay. So it's not invented, but we can choose to discover it through our mind. But
That's right.
so once again, can you touch a right?
No.
Okay. So you cannot touch a right, but you have rights. And if you can't touch it, it's not in the physical world, then it would only be in the mind, right?
Well, you also have maths.
Say that again?
You also have maths.
I can't understand you. Did you say mats?
Math.
Oh, math. Okay, I'm sorry. It's the But okay. I see what you're saying. So we also have math. That is true. The funny thing is, math we can map on to reality.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we do that with the only way to map how you define rights? How can we do that if it's not by force?
What do you mean?
So math, I can see one thing, I can see two of the same things, and I can see one thing and see another thing and say that's one, put it together, that's two. I can think of that, but I can also map it onto reality. I can touch it. It's also physical as well. With rights, how does it become physical in reality?
Because maths are norms of thought and rights are norms of action. So, like, I'm saying that maths and rights are a similar category of thing, which is like structures that anyone rational would presuppose. Like, rights are structures that underlie coherent actions, and therefore you can ground them in, for example, a social contract. Just because I can't touch something doesn't mean it's like inherently subjective.
Okay, so you can ground the right, but my question for you is, you're saying something, but you're not really demonstrating it. How can you ground a right, something that you construct in your mind? So, for example, if I say that, me as an individual, well, I have, just like the Mike Tyson example, we can use many different examples, right? Me as an individual, I go to Afghanistan, right? And I say that, well, I have the right to do this. They're gonna be like, I can think and say it out loud, but if they take the right from me, I don't actually have the right. So what I'm saying is, all of these things, you don't have it. All of these things need to be
You don't possess it because it's not being realized, but you still have the right.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. You can think that women have the right to vote, right? You can think that, but prior to the 19th Amendment, women did not have the right to vote. So it can be women prior to the 19th Amendment. They could actually think that they had the right to vote, but did they actually have the right to vote? They only had it after the 19th Amendment.
Let me try to clear this up so we don't get stuck on this, okay? Okay, also, I don't do formal philosophy, so I'm going to stick with this, okay? So I think the argument is, her argument is that insofar as any social contract can possibly exist, any rational mind would conceive of or construct rights to make said social contract work. Much the same that for anybody to do math, every reasonable rational mind would agree that 1 + 1 = 2. So in a world where women can't vote, the statement that I eventually would say, it wouldn't be that like women didn't have the right. She would say that women didn't have a social contract. So
yeah, I get how she's explaining it, but my question is, which she still didn't answer, how can it be enforced?
Okay.
How are you going to enforce the thing that you have in your mind? That's my question.
Right. So here's what I'll do. I'll tackle the internal critique. So what I would say is that even if men historically hold certain positions, the internal critique doesn't hold, because saying like the weaker group appealing to the stronger group to enforce rights that exist absent them mind independently. That is how all rights movements work. So this would be like saying like okay, workers appealing to their bosses for a weekend demonstrates that workers' rights movements fall in on themselves. Or like slaves appealing to enslavers for freedom proves something about the nature of the races themselves and why one should subordinate themselves to the other.
Once again, how can can women collectively enforce their own rights? Yes or no?
No one can collectively enforce their own rights.
But that's not true. Because men can. Men
Well,
can
I
collectively enforce rights.
Well, I think that like men restrain themselves against weak men and a bunch of women. Like women restrain themselves against weaker women. Like in certain cases, there are physically weaker groups that have managed to enslave much stronger groups. For example, things like the feudal system. You have like the strength in numbers of the workers that have ultimately been overpowered by strategic and institutionalized norms that oppress those at the bottom. Like Elon Musk and billionaires can't collectively enforce their own rights against Jason Momoa, right? Like there are a bunch of people who can't necessarily collectively enforce their own rights, but that doesn't really uphold anything important about whether or not they should have them and how they should be realized.
Okay, so the argument, I don't think, maybe let me repeat the argument of force doctrine, because I truly don't actually think that you understand. The argument of force doctrine is very, very simple. It's that men have the monopoly on enforcing the constructs that we have in our minds. Your definition of rights was basically a construct in the mind. That's all it was. That's all it is. That's all it is, Tilly. It's only in the mind. It's only in the mind, Tilly. It's only in the mind, right? You didn't demonstrate how it is not in the mind. You went to math. But math is much differently. But it was a poor analogy for rights. It was very, very poor because with math, we can actually observe these things.
Yeah,
right?
You can observe the realization
listen,
of rights.
right? No, you can't. You can only observe rights if it is enforced. How can you observe a construct in the mind if it isn't enforced? We can observe math because we can say 1 + 1 = 2. We can have one of these and say you put them together, that's two things. We can fully demonstrate it in reality. You can't do this with rights without using enforcement. And guess what, Tilly? Men have the monopoly on enforcement. So here's the argument. It's very, very simple for force doctrine, right? So the patriarchy, the argument is very simple. The patriarchy has the monopoly on enforcing rights. There's not a matriarchy that can enforce their rights without men coming over and taking their rights. You understand that? So since the patriarchy enforces rights, my question to you is basically, you're saying that, the patriarchy is bad. Well, it can't be bad because that's the only system that you can appeal to enforce the rights of feminism. Guess what? Feminism, you're a feminist. You're only a feminist because men allowed you to be a feminist.
Well, that's very kind of them.
Because men enforce your rights.
You ground a right by identifying a condition that is necessary for human agency. You show that denying it is self-contradictory, and then you go about universalizing it through a social contract. That produces an enforceable claim. So therefore, I'll concede to the fact that there is oftentimes a male enforcement class in society, okay? But that doesn't necessarily prove that men grant me my rights, because I say that I ground rights, not in the fact that it's constructed by my mind and it's all a bit made up and that men can rape me if they want to. I ground the right by identifying a condition that's necessary for agency. I ground the right in logic and reason.
Okay, so
can we real quick? Let me hold on, because it sounds like there might not be as much of a disagreement here. Maybe it sounds like there's two different conversations happening. One is the conversation over what a right is, and the other is a conversation about who enforces rights. So Tilly, I think, is having the conversation of like, how do we define a right insofar as, like for math, like how do we define sets of numbers that have some internally consistent rule scheme or whatever? And it sounds like what Fugazi is talking about is, well, okay, once you've defined set rights, how do you enforce those rights? And I think force doctrine sounds like an idea or a concept of where does the enforcement of rights come from, rather than where do rights come from? And I think you're having two different conversations there. So I guess the question would be for both of you, if you can't enforce a right, do you have the right? So did women have, now it's weird because colloquially we use words that aren't like philosophically strict, but like, did women have the right to have a vote before they were granted the right to vote legally? Did slaves have a right to citizenship before they were granted a right to citizenship? Or do these rights only exist insofar as somebody else is able to enforce them? I think the question for both of you.
Okay.
If
So
you can, Tilly, if it's possible, turn your mic up if you can at all, because it's pretty quiet. But okay, go ahead.
yeah, so let me just demonstrate real fast how she's defining rights is actually the same way I'm defining rights. And the reason being is because it's mind dependent. It is not mind independent. So you're always appealing to the mind. Once again, my definition is rights is it's a construct of the mind, right? So individual people can believe that they have these rights. It's a construct in their mind. But it's very simple. How can you enforce it? It can only be enforced by patriarchal systems, male-dominated, not societies, but male-dominated as far as enforcement, like military, police force, and stuff like that. You need someone to enforce these rights. So I'm sorry. Destiny, what exactly was your question then?
Yeah, I think you guys aren't disagreeing too much on what a right is, but rather I guess just a question for both of us. Do rights exist if you don't have an enforcement mechanism for them, or do rights literally just come from other people protecting them?
Good. That's a good question. And that was actually goes to my first question. So when I conceded my opener and I asked Tilly, well, do you believe that morality is subjective or objective? So moral claims, Tilly, do you believe that morality is actually subjective or it's actually objective? It's not mind dependent. It's rooted in God.
Well, I think before we get to that, because I feel like it's a totally different thing. So I just reel on the question.
I think it'll roll in though, but go ahead. We could do yours. You're moderating. We could do yours first, Destiny.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I'm just curious. Let's say that you are denied some right by some person or some group of people. Do you no longer have that right? Do your rights come from other people's enforcements, or do your rights come from God or some metaphysical or some rational constructivist, whatever place? So, no Fugazi and then Tilly answer.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that rights come from it has to be enforced. Has to be enforced. So it has to be in the only people that can enforce the rights is going to be from men, right? It's going to be men, collectively men.
And then Tilly's answer is
that rights exist, but there's a difference between a right's existence and the enforcement mechanism. So what I would say is that a state enforces the terms of the social contract that prevent domination. They protect rights, they settle disputes. A state maintains the condition for stable cooperation, which means that the state's not inherently male or patriarchal, right? It's a practical enforcement mechanism, sure, for rights-based cooperation, yes, but that includes loads and loads of other people, like lawyers or police force, politicians, bureaucrats. But also, I don't really care even if the entire enforcement the only definition you have of enforcement class is just a collection of men. I don't think that that's inherently patriarchal.
Yeah, so what force doctrine simply proposes is that, rights are force. You can't have a right without force, right? So we keep going to, once again, you can have this idea in your mind and say that you have this right. But if you can't enforce it yourself or appealing to a system to enforce it for you, which always looking all throughout history, most of the military, majority men, most of police force, majority men. So this would be men enforcing rights for men and men enforcing rights for women. So it will be force. So force doctrine is rights equals force.
Yeah, but do you see how this is dumb? Because this is like me saying, okay, I'm going to do an internal critique of workers' rights movements. I'm going to say that workers appeal to their bosses for a weekend. Therefore, that demonstrates that workers' rights just fall in all over themselves. I can say slaves appeal to their enslavers for freedoms. Therefore, this proves all of this stuff about how slaves have to appeal to a certain system. They have to appeal to a strong group. I think this is dumb. There's no internal critique here. Sure, force doctrine, you're just saying this thing, but force doctrine is ultimately an internal critique of feminism. And
but Tilly, you're saying this thing, you're saying a thing, but you're not refuting it. Once again, I would say yes to all of those. All of these systems that we have, the reason why people were enslaved because they didn't have the monopoly on force. Yeah, so therefore, it was someone else. Listen. Therefore, there was another society that had greater force and took whatever rights, whatever ideas they had in their mind, they took it away. So this is not, negating my argument. This is what you're saying is actually proving the argument of force doctrine.
What do you think of the civil rights movement in the United States, the advanced progress for Black African Americans?
How does this have anything to do with rights? And what do I think about the civil rights movement?
What I'm trying to say. Conceptually map it.
Okay, got you.
Do you think this is a thing?
Civil rights that gave, certain people rights, Black people rights and things like that. Good thing.
Right. I'm going to say to you, African Americans had to pull the stronger group.
The race argument.
Right, sure.
You know what?
I'm going to give you
I would agree. You're proving force doctrine.
Yeah, which means that you're subordinating yourself.
What are you?
African-American
Listen,
to the white
if you
race.
don't, this is why I asked you.
I'm giving you
Okay,
an internal
got it.
critique of the civil rights
This is not an
movement,
internal
okay?
critique.
Yes, it is. That's one internal critique.
No, it's not. It's proving my point. You're actually helping
it's
out.
not.
You're helping me out with my internal critique. I'll tell you how you're helping me out with my internal
Because
critique.
I don't believe
Because when I
I
asked
don't
you,
believe that slaves appeal to enslavers for their freedom, and therefore that proves something about the nature of the races. I don't believe that.
who said that? Who said that it's something about the races? It's very simple. I'm getting to the fundamentals, right? It's a very simple argument. You can bring up black versus white. You can do an emotional appeal. I'm not an emotional man. I know reality. Listen, I know reality. And this is true. The reason why Africans over there was enslaved 300, 400 years ago is because guess what? They didn't have the monopoly on force. This is why whites were enslaved too. Whites were enslaving other whites. And also, prior to the white people getting there, Africans were enslaving other Africans. This is reality. So what you're saying is demonstrating force doctrine. This is not disproving force doctrine. Once again, the debate is about, is patriarchy necessary for society and is it good? And my standpoint is very simple. Might doesn't make right, but it makes. So might makes, which basically it makes. It makes the page. It makes. That's what it is. So when we're speaking about my first question that I asked you, is morality subjective or objective? You kind of like ran away from it. You really didn't answer it. You went on to something else. Can you truly answer that and give me an honest answer? Do you truly believe that morality is objective? If so, please demonstrate it. What do you appeal to? How do you ground your morality?
Okay, I think we should backtrack a little bit because I feel like you misunderstood the point that I was making about internal critique. The point that I was making was not that a certain group of people had a monopoly on force. Obviously, there are groups of people throughout society that have monopolies on force. I'm saying that doesn't demonstrate anything about whether or not movements that seek to grant them more or reinforce the rights that exist absent them are good or bad things. So the force doctrine stuff is essentially to do with the extent to which feminism just falls back and collapses in itself because it relies on patriarchy. I'm saying you can track that analogy to every single movement in the entire tier of human history, and it just doesn't track because there are tons and tons of times where like the weak group has to appeal to the strong in order to get rights, and that says nothing about the movement itself. Says nothing about its legitimacy. And also there are certain cases where physically weaker groups have managed to enslave stronger groups, like under feudalism, etc. So like I've already grounded morality for you. I've already grounded rights. I've already defined rights for you. I've told you why the internal critique falls apart. I've told you that even if men have historically held certain positions and continue to hold certain positions within the enforcement class, that's irrelevant to feminism writ large.
You didn't demonstrate any of that, and I'll prove to you how you didn't. What you are demonstrating.
I think I can do this. So I think the issue is, so Tilly, I think you're trying to say that he is contradicting himself because in this particular argument you guys are having, he's appealing to patriarchy to say that men are the ones that grant rights essentially in society. And you're saying, well, if that's the case, then couldn't you say that any majority group was granting rights to any minority group historically? But I think he'll bite the bullet on that and say yes. So that's why he's saying it's not technically criticizing his position.
Yeah.
So
it says
it's not a well, no, Tilly. It's not a contradiction. So once again, I don't think you fully understand. Force doctrine is a description. It's not a prescription. So anything that you want to prescribe, like you're asking, well, if whites enslaved blacks, and what do you think and feel about this? I'm like, well, just the simple fact that this happened proves force doctrine. Just the simple fact that it happened proves Forced doctrine is not any prescription. It's only a
Forced doctrine
descriptor.
is an
That's
internal
all it
truth
is.
about feminism falling in on itself because it has to appeal to the strong group, i.e.
It's
physically,
not
biologically
just
stronger
a
men.
critique on feminism. It's not just just a critique on feminism. Forced doctrine is reality. Any rights
telling you it's
and
not.
laws that you haven't demonstrated it yet. You're only proving my arguments, Tilly. You haven't demonstrated. So please, let's do this because you haven't grounded your morality. You try to, I even wrote it down. You try to ground your morality and say that, well, morality comes from like logic. Like that's how it's basically objective. That doesn't make any sense. That's how it's objective. I'm asking you, give me a straight answer. Well, one, let's just ask this. Are you atheist or are you religious?
Atheist.
Okay, so you're an atheist and you're grounding morality in logic. So if I'm a logical rational being, you're a logical rational being, and there's many people that kill people for a living and commit all of these mass murders. You're saying that they don't operate logically?
Yep. Or
They don't-
at
okay.
least like the logic that grounds like the correct way in which for agents to act rationally in society is like wrong. This is not to
Okay,
say that
what about
the
women?
reason why
Okay,
people
so what
commit murders
about
is because
women?
they're
Okay,
illogical.
so what about women that abort their children? And
Yeah,
they do
I
it. They
think
do it.
that-
They do it for reasons where it's like, I slept with the wrong person. I'm gonna go ahead and abort this baby. It's not for reasons like rape or like her life is in jeopardy. It's for a reason like, I slept with the wrong person. I don't think that he's the one, and I don't want to have his kid. I'm aborting this child. Do you think that women should have that right to do that?
Yeah, I think that falls under the right to bodily autonomy.
And you would think that that's morally good.
It's morally good that they have that right realized. Yeah.
Okay, so it is morally good that women abort their children just for how they feel. But once again, where are you grounding it good in? You're
Right,
not
because
ground.
what
You're
does-
just you're ground. It's subjective, Tilly.
No,
You
no,
believe
the
in subjective morality.
Requisite agents. Requisites for agency. That's not subjective. What are the rational
Okay,
conditions that are prerequisites for agency? Exclusive authority over one's own body.
You kind of like cut out there for me, and it got low.
Well,
Say that again. I didn't even hear you.
I was saying that agency requires exclusive authority over your own body. Like there are rational conditions that are for agency, and those things can be like concluded rational.
Okay, so as long as it's rational, let's just use your argument and let's see if it makes sense. As long as something is rational, then it's good. If it's rational and logical, then it's good.
No, because I'm saying that if a rational agent doesn't have certain authority about whether or not their own
So
internal
then-
bodily processes, then they don't have like bodily autonomy. Okay, so I'm not saying as long as you can logically like justify something in a logically watertight way, that automatically makes it something that is a really good thing. Like there are a bunch of things that maybe I could logically like get to that you might have objections to or you might think are bad.
So Tilly, it's not objective. Objective means that
that's
it's not changing. It's not objective. It changes based off of your subjective interpretation of what you believe is morally good and morally not good based off of using your rational mind. So you're making an appeal to logic and reason for morality. Well, guess what? This is still going to be subjective, Tilly. This is not proving that morality is objective. You actually fully demonstrated that it's subjective.
Well, what are the rational conditions that are prerequisites for agency in a civilization? What would you say that those things are? Because what I see is there are certain rational prerequisites for society to exist writ large. For example, I can't go around killing people. If everyone collectively decides that they feel as though it's okay to infringe on another's property rights, that's a very difficult way to do society. I would argue that it's almost impossible. I would say that this is just an objective fact about the social world.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I would agree with that, but your understanding and your definition of, objective morality does not demonstrate that. Because once again, if you're saying that you believe in objective morality and you're appealing to rational beings and logical beings. Well, we all need to act in accordance of logic and be rational. And you're saying that sometimes if you're acting rational and logic, it can be good. But other times you can utilize reason and logic and act in a rational way, and it can be bad, right? So if it's good, if it can be good and it can also be bad, this does not mean that it's objective. This means that it's subjective.
No, because agency has rational preconditions. For example, you cannot be under arbitrary coercion in order to have agency.
Okay, so got it. So now you're using agency in there to give people agency. Well, what if I think that you don't have any agency?
Okay.
And I take your agency, but I'm utilizing reason and logic to take the agency and to kill you.
You're not using reason, rationality, and logic to revoke my agency. You're using physical brute force.
Well, wouldn't that be removing your agency?
Yeah, it would remove my agency using physical brute force.
I can do it in a rational way by setting up a plan to kill you.
So you can see that there are some type of norms that we use. Sure, you can set up a plan to kill me. But
in a logical way. What are you saying? I'm really trying to understand you. Right. I'm giving you some grace here. Go ahead, speak.
There is a non-optional structure of agency that is required of us to coexist together in society. So you coming up with a plan to kill me is violating a non-optional structure of agency.
Okay, got it. So explain what's your definition of agency? You said you put some words in there, but fully explain what you mean by agency. Because correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to demonstrate that morality is objective, not by a God, but is objective because we utilize, logic and rationality, but also agency. What's that agency part? Explain that for me.
Just to cut through this, maybe, and again, I don't do formal philosophy, but so I think we're having a disagreement on subjective and objective, where we're slicing in material and immaterial or something as well. So I think when Tilly's saying objective, what she's saying is that if there's some desirable end state for society to exist, then there's going to be some necessary lines of argumentation that every rational being will agree with. So if we believe that people having agency in society is good and everybody has a rational mind, we can all do deduction and all that there are going to be some arguments that objectively must be true and unchanging from person to person in order to satisfy said end condition. Not that it necessarily is mind independent or comes from God or anything like that, I believe is what Tilly's saying, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, okay, yeah. And then, okay, so then I'm not actually 100% sure. No Fugazi, when you're arguing against her saying, well, that's subjective because some people can take it, what the response here is not that somebody else taking it doesn't prove that
not the taking. I'm arguing that from using her definition of objective morality, since she's not appealing to God, she's appealing. So when I'm thinking of objective means that it's mind independent, not mind dependent. So if it's mind dependent and she's utilizing logic and reason, then so objective means mind independent, but she's depending on the mind because she's utilizing logic and reason. And therefore, when she's saying that, someone can utilize logic and reason, but they can do something that is bad and they can also do something that is good. So where is it objectively good? Where are you grounding your objectively good moral standard and your objectively bad moral standard?
I think the objective is just objectively means just, and again, Tilly, you have to correct me wrong. I think objectively here just means it's logically satisfying an end condition. So if you have some ZFC, some set of math axioms, you would say that 1 + 1 = 2. This is an objectively true statement because given some set of axioms, this is what we come up with is 1 + 1 = 2. If you're looking at a social arrangement where there's a social contract where people all have some maximum level of agency, they can choose to do things or whatever, right? If this is the case, then that means that there's going to be some things that you have to agree on in terms of a lot, not killing, not murder, not murder.
Yeah. So here's my argument. It's very simple. Objective means mind independent. If we are appealing to a collection of people to agree on things, if we're appealing to numbers, we say this is bad, right? Well, grape is bad. A collection of people can say, yes, grape is bad. Okay, but what if a collection of people say, well, grape is actually good? Then does that mean that it's right? Like, so if we're appealing to
No,
numbers to satisfy what's moral, or if we're appealing to logic and reason to satisfy what's moral, then it's all subjective, because who are you to determine what's satisfying something? That's all going to be a subjective measure.
Let's say two people have a disagreement on what is morally true over the subject of sexual assault or something else, of stealing or whatever, of killing. If two people have a disagreement here, how do you resolve that disagreement? Or would you say one side is wrong, or how do you address that?
Wait, sorry, it cut out for a second. There were 10 seconds where I couldn't hear what you were saying. Could you go back? Could you just repeat the whole thing?
Sorry. Yeah. Which is,
Sorry, I can't hear you at all. Hold on, this is my phone. I have the worst connection in the world.
You're fine.
You know what? I can boot her again, because when I did that last time, it worked. Let's try that. Bring her back up. All right, Tilly, your camera is off now.
Maybe she's reconnecting, hopefully.
Yeah, no connection still. I didn't boot her that time. She went out herself. But we got a few super chats in here. Let me get to the super chats real quick while we're waiting. Chat, if we're going to bring people up towards the end, if you guys want to ask questions to myself or to Tilly, but we're accepting $20 super chats from the members, $50 super chats for anyone that's not the members, if you want to come on up and ask us some questions. Let me get to these super chats real quick, and I actually can't pull them up on screen, so I'm going to read them here. We got Casanova sends in $5. Wi-Fi problems are a direct consequence of liberals taking over. We got Dane Snyder sends in $5. Shut the heck up, Destiny. This isn't a 1 versus 2. If she can't define her position, then she needs to lose and learn. Stop rescuing her. Any thoughts on that, Destiny?
Well, I'm just trying to move the argument along. If you guys are stuck on a particular thing, I'm just trying to elucidate points, not trying to argue anything.
Fair enough. We got Darian Murphy sends in $20. Force doctrine states that there is no right without force. Rights only exist through force. She doesn't have an answer for that, so she is simply avoiding Cooley's point the way women typically do. Let me bring her up. She just came back in. See if it's working better now. All right, Tilly, can you speak for us to see if it's good?
Hello. I'm so sorry about my connection. Is it working again?
Right now it seems okay, yeah.
Okay. Where were we? Destiny, could you?
Okay, so real quick, so you guys are both getting hung up on this like objective versus subjective thing. So his question boils down to, let's say two people have a disagreement over what is moral. How do two different people resolve that disagreement?
Yeah. So what I would say is that, like, hold on, I think I wrote something down about this disagreement situation. Yeah, so I think that, like, something is objective, right? Like, if it doesn't depend on someone's individual preferences and stuff, and if you can't deny it without contradiction. So I feel like if there is some kind of inherent contradictory logic, like for example, if you say something like, I don't know, like if you say the agency, right? Because you wanted me to define agency, some kind of capacity to like form intentions, to act on intentions, to give reason for your actions, right? There are components to that. Like definitionally, ontologically speaking, there are components of agency. So like intentionality will probably be one of them. Like causality, like via the body. So like you can use your body to carry out your intentions.
I think
and
the
you also,
basic
like,
on the basics here, I think there'd be agreement. But let's say somebody says, I don't think women should have agency. How do you resolve the disagreement between those two people? If we're saying that, if you're arguing that there's an objective foundation to rights, and two people have a disagreement like that, how do you resolve that disagreement?
I think because the first thing is to say is that would objectively assert that women are rational moral agents, and therefore they have to be able to form reasons for an action and to treat other agents as bearers of reasons themselves. So there are multiple like syllogistic steps that you would take to make the argument and assert that there is an objective way in which people coexist in society. This is why like feminism is the extension of the social contract to include women within this. So like historically patriarchy has been a thing of personalized force, and then there is private interpersonalized force, and men have been the bearers or like the inflictors of interpersonal private force, right? And what I would say is extending the social contract to include women within a society that is absent of coercion and domination is like ontologically a thing that progresses society, right?
Yeah. So one real quick, men always gave women rights in society. They always have certain rights. So your understanding of, like the patriarchy and the people that have the monopoly on enforcement that's enforcing these rights, they just leave women out. That's not the case. Women have always had certain rights in societies that was built. Once again, Tilly, you're still not demonstrating, right? You're not demonstrating at all how morality is objective. You're always still appealing to the mind, and it's all subjective. It is subjective. You can't get around it. Please give me a better demonstration how it is objective. Where do you ground morality? Where do you ground what you think is good and is bad if you do not appeal to anything outside of yourself? You're always appealing to self, what's in the mind, so it's subjective. For an example, dang, she's cutting up again. Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Oh, she's good.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay, I thought it was lagging. So, for an example, if you believe, so here's what I'm saying, which was my first argument and my first question, because once again, I seen you post something and you said that, well, forced doctrine is might makes right. I said that forced doctrine isn't might makes right. You did say this. You said this. You posted this.
I didn't say
That's basically what you said. So I believe that's what you think. But you can correct me.
A feminism that demonstrates why feminism falls in on itself due to the fact that women appeal to men for an enforcement class.
Oh,
okay?
Is forced doctrine? No, is forced doctrine might makes right? Is that what you believe or no?
Not necessarily, but it oftentimes does collapse into that, especially because your understanding of force, like, ultimately does demonstrate that might makes right to you. So force doctrine is probably not might makes right, but your like ideological belief system is probably that might makes right.
Okay,
my
ideology isn't that might makes right, because I don't appeal to what's in my mind. I appeal to what's outside of my mind. But since how you demonstrated objective morality is actually all subjective, because you are appealing to logic and reason, these things that are inside the mind and agency, satisfying agency. Well, who's to determine what is actually truly satisfying agency and what is not satisfying agency? This would be a subjective measure. So if it is all subjective under your worldview, you rely on preferences. Everything reduces down to preferences. So if it's preferences, a preference-based morality, well, you are going to have to, how do you justify then? How do you justify, what's good and what's bad? If it's just preferences, because it is just preferences, Tilly.
No, because logical laws are not invented by the mind, right? They're conditions that make having a mind possible. Like you can't think or assert anything unless non-contradiction holds. So something that I would say, for example, is that like morality is objective for that, right? Because there are certain moral norms that are necessary conditions for being a rational agent at all, and they are not like optional preferences, right? Like they're built into what it means to interact with people as a human being.
Yeah, I can interact with, someone can interact with a human being totally fine. But what if that person then, once again, you think that abortion and a woman taking a baby's life away is a good thing? I think it's a bad thing. Who's right in this instant? Who's right? How do we determine who's right? Is it based off of, a collection of people making this law? Because that's what you're appealing to. Basically, you're saying that, well, abortion is right and it's a good thing if a woman aborts her child because we collectively came together and gave women the right to make these abortions. So therefore, you're appealing to this right that men enforce. So you're appealing to force doctrine. But in this instant, might does make right. Because hypothetically, if you got pregnant and you wanted to abort your baby, but the father of that baby was trying to stop you, cops would come and lock him up, force him in prison.
Which means the state is stronger than both me or that man.
Once again, you have to appeal. So then might does make right for abortions.
Does might make right to you?
No, might makes right for abortions. Is that true or not true?
No, not necessarily. I don't think might makes right.
Okay, well then how can you have an abortion if, generally speaking, most women aren't stronger than the people that they lay with. If you get pregnant, he can physically lock you up in a cage and say, you're not having this abortion. You're actually going to have this baby. He will monitor you, make sure you don't do anything dumb, and make sure that baby comes to term. The man, generally speaking, men have the monopoly on the force. An individual man can do this. Possibly even a 13-year-old can do this to a woman. They're physically stronger than most women, maybe 16. But what I'm saying is you would have to appeal to a patriarchal system of men enforcing the right for you to have that abortion, which then in that instant might does make right. Do I have this correct or wrong?
So what is the state under your remit?
What do you mean by what is the state?
Can you define the state as, is it an institution? Is it the enforcement class itself? What is the state?
Well, a state would be, it would be an institution. It can just be I would say a state would be an institution. It would be force as well, people that can enforce it. And that's what it would be, institution and force.
So
both.
What I would say is, let's say I'm in a terrible situation where someone is interpersonally using coercive and arbitrary domination against me. I would not appeal to men. I would appeal to the state, which is because if I were just appealing to the man who has kidnapped me, that might not necessarily work. I would appeal to the state, which is an institutional system. The state is that organization which has a monopoly on the legitimate use of force, right? What this is to do is designed to enforce certain terms of a social contract. It's designed to protect arbitrary domination. So not only does it protect rights using an enforcement class, it also settles disputes. It also maintains conditions for stable cooperation, right? So sure, you have your enforcement class, and you also have many more practical enforcement mechanisms that are used for rights-based cooperation, which means the state is not inherently male, it's not inherently patriarchal just because it happens to have a majority male enforcement class, given that I demonstrated that rights exist absent mind.
Can the state enforce anything without men enforcing it for them?
Well, like I said, I feel as though that's so irrelevant.
Yeah, well, no, that would be, you would have to answer, no, they can't. So once again, you're still appealing to force doctrine. You can't.
I'm not appealing to force doctrine. That is a made-up pop philosophy term. I'd be appealing to.
No, you're appealing to people that can enforce your right.
Yeah,
you are appealing to the
right, but they can't.
Yes.
People can realize a right, but people can't invent a right. People can discover a right. Therefore, I'm not relying on men for my rights. I'm relying on an enforcement class of people, including female lawyers, female police officers, female politicians, female bureaucrats, and a shift in wider cultural norms that is caused by feminist progress, which are based on certain preferences, right?
So once again, if I'll just ask the question again because you didn't answer it. You're avoiding it.
No, I'm
You
not.
answered it, but you weren't aware that you answered it. Actually, I'm not even going to ask the question. I'm going to demonstrate how you've answered it and prove my argument.
Okay.
If you believe that women can have abortions, you believe that it's right. You believe that it's right. It's a construct in your mind currently right now. In order for it to actually be enforced, you need to appeal to a system that can enforce it. You said the state. Well, what does the state appeal to? The state appeals to a collection of men that can enforce whatever rights, laws, and rules that they come up with. So therefore, under your worldview, since it's all subjective, in your worldview, since it's all subjective, whatever construct you come up with in your mind and the state enforces it, this means that might makes right under your worldview.
No,
Under my worldview, I believe that morality is objective. I don't appeal to our weird system that's referring to logic and reason,
Right, so where do you
which
ground
appeals
rights?
to the
Then where
self.
do you ground rights?
I
This is
ground
super
rights. Yeah, well, it's very simple. I ground
please ground
rights.
it.
Things that you can't ground it in at all. You haven't actually demonstrated
Let's
it.
just keep
But
it-
once again, Christian ethics is where I ground rights. But under your belief,
But you don't
I don't
ground
have to
rights in
demonstrate
men.
anything.
You don't even ground rights in men yourself. You ground rights in Christian ethics. You ground rights enforcement on a class of individual men who enforce those rights, but you ground rights inherently in God yourself. So what are you doing during force doctrine? This is not for you.
Morality, what I'm speaking about, where objective morality, I believe, I appeal to Christian ethics. When we're speaking about rights themselves, rights is just a construct of the mind. And that can only be put into reality by men enforcing it. So men enforcing certain rights, the things that I believe that is morally good that men enforce, I appeal to objective morality, a standard that is not dependent on the mind, is independent
Right.
of a mind.
Therefore-
So what I'm saying to you, since you believe in subjective morality,
I don't
any
believe in
idea that you come up with in your mind, if men gives you that right, if they enforce this right for you, it would be good. So meaning that might would make right in your worldview. Under my worldview, people can enforce certain rights, but I don't appeal to the force. I appeal to God. So in my worldview, I can say, no, you're doing crazy things in this world, like slavery and so forth. God is against that in Christian ethics. Under your worldview, since it's all subjective, you have to appeal
This is
to
the thing. If
whoever
both
can
of us
enforce the right.
demonstrate- This is where the force doctrine just dies because it's done, right? If both of us can appeal to some kind of objective morality, then therefore we're appealing to something outside of an enforcement class of muscular men to grant us rights. Men can enforce rights that you believe are given by God. I would say are granted via a social contract. but
You're a
they
woman.
can't
You don't
generate
even
rights.
understand.
No,
It's
I don't
it's
understand.
not
Let's
just
take it off.
muscular
I
men.
think we're also okay. I think we're still on different things here. Okay, wait.
Yeah, but
What
what she's saying that is not that men are appealing to muscular men. It's that
you do,
you don't even
every day.
understand. A 5'4" male that's maybe not that strong can still beat up a 6'7" man. So what you're saying is just not true because men tend to have a capacity when it comes to like enforcing things. It's not just about brute strength. It's about having a capacity to techniques and many different other things to
can apply
win
that to women
to win a
equally.
battle. No,
You
you
can
don't.
apply
You can't apply it to women equally because they don't have the same capacity of strength
technique
as.
technique is intellectual capacity.
How do can we define force doctrine? Let's start for either one of you, whoever wants to go first. What are we working for here on our definition?
Yeah, very simple. It's very simple. Force doctrine, if we're going to that, is very simple. So it's a descriptor claim, not a prescriptor claim. And it states that rights and laws and any rights and laws that we have in society, men enforce those rights and laws. It's men that's going to do it. Women can't enforce their rights themselves. Also, rights equals force because rights themselves is only a construction of the mind. So since
there's two big different parts to this, and then you guys are going back and arguing. So the first part is that because I think Tilly agrees in the first part that the enforcement class can be male or whatever. But then the second part you're saying is that rights equal enforcement. Is that, and I think you guys have a substantive disagreement.
Yeah, rights equal enforcement because, well, how do you have a right? And she keeps appealing to the mind. She's saying, well, I can think that I have this right in my mind, but, and then she used the analogy like math.
Yeah, so you guys are getting hung up on this might makes right thing. If you're saying that, so if your argument is that rights equal enforcement, and then her claim is you're saying that might equals right, or right equals might. I don't even know how to say these words so much. Is that incorrect then? Because it sounds like you're saying your capacity to enforce a right is what determines the existence of that right. Do you both agree that that's what Fugazi is saying, or is there a disagreement on that particular thing?
That is what he is saying. Yes.
Okay, so Fugazi, do you agree or disagree that that's what you're saying? So if you can't enforce a right, you do not have the right.
Correct. Rights equals force.
Okay, so I don't think you guys necessarily disagree on this point. I think that you're both arguing past this to
so what we were actually arguing, right? What we were actually arguing, because she posted something, she said that first doctrine is that might makes right. And then she went back and she said that, well, I don't believe that might makes right. But then we went to the point, well, you did say that you don't believe that might makes right.
Doctrine is an internal critique of feminism that demonstrates ostensibly that women appeal to patriarchal systems to enforce their own rights, therefore feminism falls in on itself. I never said it's
that too.
Right. I said that it does collapse oftentimes into might makes right, as you've demonstrated yourself, but not that it's inherently
no. Right. That was an internal critique. You demonstrated that yourself.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so once again, I asked you a question. My first question, right, was is morality objective or subjective? You said that is objective. And your claim for saying that is objective, even though you're atheist, you utilized three things. I was listening. You said that, well, it's objective because as a rational human beings, we utilize rationality and logic, but also we all have agency. That's what you said. Then I asked you, well, this doesn't mean that it's objective because it's still dependent on the mind. This would mean that it's subjective. Objective, mind independent, subjective, mind dependent. So your argument falls flat when you try to say that you believe in objective morality. No, you truly believe in subjective morality. And if it's the case, and since that's the case that you believe that morality is subjective, then under your worldview, might always makes right. It always makes right. And I demonstrated perfectly because whoever can enforce something, like the only reason why you basically said that, well, women, that abortions are good is because you appeal to the right of a bodily autonomy. But what if you don't have that right? You appeal to the right of the abortion. But what if you don't have that? And also, who's enforcing the right to give you bodily autonomy, the right to have these abortions? It's men that's enforcing it. And this men is forced doctrine. You get what I'm saying? So under your worldview, might always makes right because you have to appeal to forced doctrine for all of your rights because it's subjective. It's all subjective. You have no grounding standard for your morality. It's all mind dependent.
No, because there's a difference between rights and the ability to realize them.
Mind dependent. What?
Right,
it's the difference between rights and the ability to realize them.
Okay, the existence.
How do you realize anything, Tilly? You realize it from your mind, right?
No, you don't realize it. Realize as in enforce, right? Realize is synonymous with enforce. Okay, so for example, the existence of a right is the entitlement itself that someone has to something. The ability to enforce it or to exercise it is whether or not you can make others comply to it.
And entitlements with no duties. So for you, rights is entitlements with no duties.
No, I'm not using entitlement as in like I get to do whatever I want. I'm not saying I'm an entitled person. I'm saying that an entitlement is like the existence of a right that you are granted by the laws of like reason.
Okay,
right?
wait, real quick. So Tilly, can you talk about, so prior to women having the right to vote, can you talk about, using your vocabulary, your descriptions, what does it mean for a right to exist that can't currently be enforced? What does that mean?
Okay, so basically what I would say is that as I said, like about the existence of right doesn't mean the ability to enforce it, right? So a right is a claim. A right is like a normative thing, whereas the practical realization of the right is contingent on power and social cooperation, etc. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that in order to like realize a right, you might have to appeal to the stronger group. That doesn't mean that the stronger group is giving you your right, because your right existed independent of the stronger group giving it to you. Just like a person who has been kidnapped has the right to not be kidnapped and not be enslaved, but the person has taken away their right to be enslaved.
Okay, so they have that. Okay, so they have that right. And where would this right lie in? Would it just lie in their mind?
No.
Where would it be grounded in?
The social contract.
Okay, if it's a social construct that people collectively agree that, okay, we agree that, grape is bad. We collectively agree to that. So then say if the collective of people agree that grape is good.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying that my morality is not preference-based. Because let's say you have...
This would mean that it is preference-based, Tilly.
No, because it means that
if you're appealing to people...
I'll tell you why grape is wrong from an objective standpoint, following the logic of Hobbes and Locke and Rousseau and people from hundreds of years ago, where this argument has already been put to bed, okay?
Okay, so you're going to utilize harm principle then?
No. Absolute force leads to instability and constant threat, okay? No group benefits from living in perpetual conflict. Rational agents, rational people, prefer legitimate, predictable rules enforced by neutral institutions, okay? So because of the fact that, as Rousseau has put it, force doesn't create obligation, duty arises when individuals consent to a collective order that secures their freedom. That is called society. That is called civilization. And this is why grape is bad, because it flouts that contract of civilization.
Okay, but what if...
it makes me feel bad.
Okay, but what if a group of people, like they make the society, but they actually agree? Like, for example, you ever heard of an island called Papua New Guinea? Mm-hmm. It's a tribe, this island, right? And you heard of that. And basically, as a rite of passage, these kids have to do oral acts to the warriors in that. Under their worldview, right? That's good. So like pedophiles, they're doing these things to children, and these children are doing these things to adult men. So if they all agree to that, is that good? Since they all agree to that, and that's this society that they built, is that good?
No. Okay.
Can you demonstrate then how it is not good if you just said a second ago that basically you have a right because a collection of people agreed to this?
That's not why I said you have a right.
I'm sorry. You said that it's good because a collection of people agreed to it.
No, I'm saying society happens when people collectively agree, or good society happens, as in effective society happens when like a legitimate order emerges, right? And a legitimate order, what that looks like is when people choose restraint, people choose to reject arbitrary force and domination onto others, like where restraint is a feature of the social contract. So no, I'm not just saying that like grape is bad because, or grape is good because of people agreeing or disagreeing to do it, right? I'm saying that your internal critique fails because you are mistaking things like universal social contract dynamics, or things that require society to work, for male enforcement. Right? But feminism depends on the same cooperative structures that underpin literally any legitimate political order. It's called society.
Tilly, you're just appealing to the same thing. So if it's the case that a society is being constructed in the number of people, just like, once again, Papua New Guinea, they constructed this society, and over there, as a rite of passage, the young soldiers have to give the warriors, they have to do sodomy on those warriors, give them head. Their standard is that it's good. Yeah. How can you demonstrate? What are you going to utilize from your worldview that it is actually bad? Because the thing is, you can only appeal to self. You can only appeal to self and the collection of people that you have that agree with you to say, oh, yeah, that's bad over there. This means that it's all subjective. Over there in Papua New Guinea, morality under your worldview is subjective, and there's nothing you can say about it because from what you appeal to, it's all based off your collective of people of what agree with whatever you want as well. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, how can you truly demonstrate it?
I would argue that the extension of the social contract should extend to those people who are forced into sexual servitude, which includes women, which includes those kids in Papua New Guinea. What I would say is that in a world of autonomous agents, conflict happens.
Okay,
and to live safely and
so what would you?
You must recognize certain constraints, and those constraints
Got it. So under your worldview,
sexual violence is an arbitrary harm.
Got it. So under your worldview in Papua New Guinea, would you go over there and force all of those males to stop doing that to the kids?
Well, there are multiple ways to commit acts of force. Yeah.
So you would actually utilize force doctrine to go over there and stop that?
Male enforcement class existing doesn't mean that force doctrine is correct. There's a difference between those two things.
You didn't prove how there is a difference if you just said that, well, I believe that this society over here, the things that they're doing and promoting is bad. And under our collective agreement over here, we agree that it's not a good thing, right?
No,
so we're going to go. You just agreed. You just stated that you would actually go over there and you would enforce those men to stop doing that to those kids.
I would say that whether or not somebody enforces or acknowledges a right, the rational requirement for cooperation exists, and we should extend that social contract rationally to as many agents as possible in society.
How are you going to extend it without using force?
A patriarchal institution.
How are you going to extend it without using force?
A male police force, a patriarchal institution, or an enforcer does not create those rights. They make them practically observable. And that
how are you going to do it without using force?
It's not an internal critique.
How are you going to do it without using force?
An enforcement class of males does not cause feminism to crumble down.
No one's speaking about feminism right now. We're speaking about Papua New Guinea. How are you going to? We're not speaking about feminism right now. How are you going to stop the males over there in Papua New Guinea to stop doing those weird things to those children?
Well, you would
How are you going to do it?
Establish some kind of enforcement class of males, and you would also try and push for cultural progress that are both preference-based and granted via reason and logic.
So once again, all of your arguments.
You would furthermore institute better
it's circular.
Legal systems, such as lawyers, bureaucrats, politicians.
You can speak about lawyers. Got it, Tilly. Listen, you can speak about lawyers. True power, here's the thing. True power does not lie in the people that write stuff on paper.
Yes,
that isn't true power. That is false because we have civil wars. We have civil wars because of this. Well, okay, how many kings was overthrown in past history because the working class or the military went against them, opposed their views. So just because you can write stuff down on a piece of paper, that is not where true power lies. True power lies with the people that can enforce rights and create law and order. That's where true power lies. So you have this weird misunderstanding that, we'll create laws and we'll do this. Well, things on a piece of paper does not stop someone from killing someone. A man with a gun stops someone from killing someone. You don't know what you're speaking about.
Why is it that when Jeff Bezos walks into, let's say Jeff Bezos is alone, his security is not with him. He's going to walk into an Amazon factory, and there are hundreds of workers, and they all hate him because he doesn't give them bathroom breaks, and he doesn't pay them enough or whatever your criticism about. They all hate him. Why is it that they don't just kill him?
Because you know why they don't kill them? That's a perfect question, Tilly. They don't kill Jeff Bezos if they hate Jeff Bezos when he walks into the Amazon warehouse, because they know that the threat of force will be upon them. They know that there's consequences for doing bad things in society. That's what they know. So therefore, they don't go ahead and kill them because they know that they're going to go to jail. There's going to be police officers come to take them in jail, and they're going to spend 70 years in prison because men enforced it. You get what I'm saying? Women can't do it. Force doctrine is simply that men hold the monopoly on the force. So women and the things that they think of, they have to appeal to men to enforce it. But also men enforce other things as well for men. But that's what would happen. So you're not negating my argument. You're basically proving it.
Okay, two things. The first one is, so just to generally clarify, you do admit that you appeal to stronger men than yourself for protection also.
It's not stronger men, Tilly, is not just
So
stronger
it's not
men.
to do with strength. What is it to do with?
So once again, when I say that it's not just, I'm not saying that it's not to do with strength, right?
Why
So
would
just
you admit
so just
also appeal
listen.
to stronger men for your own
So
safety
just
and
listen. No, we already, once again, Tilly, we already went through the argument and we spoke about Mike Tyson in his prime versus me. And I said that, Mike Tyson in his prime, it would.
I think in terms of where this disagreement is, okay? So, so you gave the example of, Tilly gave the example of in an Amazon warehouse, Jeff Bezos walks in, why don't they kill Jeff Bezos? And then no Fugazi, so you said a thing, you said that they were worried about consequences. But I think that, so Tilly's argument, I think, is you said they were worried about consequences, but you said consequences from society, not from just men. And I think Tilly's argument is that a necessary precondition for society to emerge from people is that there are going to be some agreements that you have to make respecting other people's agencies, and that from all of this respect, you get this thing called the social contract, and then from there, society emerges. But ultimately, you're appealing to that social contract of society, not just a group of men. So I think it's like a question of categorization.
Listen, Destiny. Listen, Destiny, thank you that you followed. No, and thank you that you followed that argument, because the thing is, she's not peeling the layer back further enough. Yeah, you can break it all down to, okay, what is this? In my opening, which she never refuted the argument, what is a society? A society is a collection of people in an ordered community. Ordered community. How do you create order in a community? You create order in a community by putting
mutual
consequences.
Trust,
no, you don't. You can say mutual trust. If people disagree with you, you create order by putting consequences on people. So if they break a law, therefore, it's going to be the threat of violence. The threat of violence is what stops people from doing that. And men hold the monopoly on force and that threat of violence. This is why if Jeff Bezos walked in, his employees wouldn't kill him, because they know that men is going to put them in prison. That's why. Not women are going to put them in prison. It always reverts back to men have the monopoly on force. Okay, let's hypothetically speaking for you, Tilly, let's say it's the case, same example that you use. Jeff Bezos, all his employees hate him. He walks into Amazon warehouse, but in society, right? Women are majority of police force and military. But all of these, it's mostly men that work in warehouses. Do you think that the men would be as intimidated because some chicks walked in there and that's going to enforce it? Not at all. They're going to be more likely to kill Jeff Bezos. So under a
Do you think that
matriarch,
feminism argues that the enforcement class should be primarily female? And if so, like, what is the relevance to your argument? I also think that if a bunch
I'm
of
proving
chicks with guns,
I'm proving the argument that the only reason, Tilly, what I'm doing is I'm proving the argument that the only reason why the only reason why men are worried about the threat of force is because it comes from other men, not from women, which proves force doctrine.
Let's say
If some chicks walked in and tried to say stop, and that was how society was created, men wouldn't stop.
Let's say you sat in your car and you're driving along and you get a speeding ticket. A police woman pulls you over. She's got a gun. She writes you a ticket. She gives you the ticket. Are you going to comply with her?
So I would say that the probability would be the same that I would comply with her, because
Why? She's physically weaker than you. Why?
Listen.
With her?
I'll tell you, because backup is going to be a man. So I know I have to deal with men. Like, think about, this is what I'm saying. If it's the case that a woman cop pulled me over, but the woman cop, all she had to appeal to was calling other women cops, it's a high probability that I'm going to smack. Listen, stop, listen. It's a high probability that I'm going to smack that gun out her hand, because a lot of women cops, they get disarmed much easier than men cops. They're always getting disarmed by perpetrators. So yeah, I wouldn't really feel the threat of force like I would, like if it's a male police officer. So you're just wrong. But
The reason why we have so many more female police officers now than we used to do is because of the fact that we appeal
It's
to
not a lot.
institutions such. I'm not saying we have a lot. I'm saying we have more than we used to. And the reason for that is because of the fact that we're not appealing anymore to brute force and fellow police officers. We're appealing to institutions called the state that may be enforced by males, but don't necessarily have to up the entire chain of command. But even if, like, I grant you,
No one's arguing that point.
The argument that you make is very silly because I feel as though this has nothing to do with patriarchy. It has nothing to do with patriarchy.
If enforcing laws have nothing to do with patriarchy, can you please explain to me how you can enforce laws without having it? Please explain to me how you can enforce laws without having a patriarchal system of men enforcing it for you.
Right. Is the system still a patriarchy if women hold every single position of economic power?
That's what you don't understand.
Power? Listen, can you just let me finish?
Yes.
Let's say
I know. I've had this debate Yes. The answer is yes.
So exactly, this is dumb. Like, if women hold every single position of power except from men in the police force, that's still a patriarchy. Like, that is nonsense. You do not have any idea of what patriarchy means. That's not what feminists even think. Like, if you want to defend patriarchy as being something necessary, you have to demonstrate that, like, men holding the predominance of power in society is a necessary good, right? But you can't do that because I'm hearing from you is that the only thing that defines a patriarchy is whether or not men are in the police. So even if there was a woman prime minister, a woman behind the button of a nuclear weapon, a woman who is enforcing, who is asking those men to go out and do the stuff, it's still a patriarchy because men are doing the physical labor. That's just nonsense. This is like saying if a CEO of the company is like telling all of these manual laborers to do things, the manual laborers actually have way more power than the CEO. It's nonsense. It is not what patriarchy means.
Okay. So where do you think power really lies? Do you think power lies in the hands of the people that write things on paper, or do true power lies in the hands of the people that can enforce said things that's on the piece of paper?
But both of those things.
No. Oh, it can't be both, because the people that can enforce it, well, they don't have to enforce the things that's on the paper. They're choosing to enforce the things that's on the paper. But the people that write the things on the paper, they don't have a choice but to appeal to the people that can enforce the things that's on the paper. So where does true power lie? Does true power lie in the hands of the lawmakers, the legislators, or does true power lie within the military and the police force? Where does true power lie?
Well, who's behind the chain of command when it comes to people like the military?
Where does true power lie, Tilly? Don't move the goalposts. Where does true power lie?
Well, I don't think that true power lies in an enforcement class of working class police officers. I think if you're going to choose between Elon
Tilly,
Musk
then
and a bunch
demonstrate
of
how. Tilly, you have to you're not demonstrating how true power lies within the hands of the people that write things on a piece of paper, rather than the people that enforces the things on the piece of paper. Because at any time, the people that enforce things, enforce the laws and the rights, they can choose to not enforce it. This is why civil war happens. This is why kings get overthrown since the beginning of time, because the people that have the monopoly on force, they choose to rebel against this class of people that's in authority, right? That's writing things on paper.
Can I ask a question to clarify for both of your positions? First, just one name. Can each of you tell me, in the United States of America, or maybe even in the world, right? In the United States of America, who each of you consider the most powerful person right now? Tilly, you can say it, and then Cooley, you can say it.
Cooley, go ahead.
Okay. You asked me, who do I think that the most powerful person?
Yeah, right now. Who's the most powerful person?
Okay, so the most powerful individual would be the person that's in charge of the military. That's the most powerful person. And that would be Donald.
The most powerful person in the United States.
That would be Donald Trump.
Okay. And then Tilly, would you agree or disagree with that?
It's very difficult to pin down like power to one specific individual. Well, I would probably say it's like someone potentially Donald Trump as well.
Yeah, but
okay, so then if we say that Donald Trump
because
is
he's commander of the military.
Wait,
yeah, but you know the
most powerful person. Real quick, so then each of you should explain why. And I'm not trying to lock you into this asking this, but like if you were to say Donald Trump, can each of you explain why do you think Donald Trump is the most powerful person in the United States?
I'll let Cooley start.
He controls the military. He protects our borders. He controls the military. So, that's why he's the most powerful alive in the United States. I wouldn't say that that's the most powerful entity. The most powerful entity would be the military. And at any time, if the military collectively said, you know what, we're not enforcing any of these rights and laws that these legislators wrote, and that the things that Donald Trump is saying, well, they can rebel.
So Donald Trump is only powerful because of the military?
He's only powerful because because the enforcement, the patriarchy, the people that have force to enforce the things that he wants, that's why he's powerful. But at any time, if they choose not to enforce it, he has no power. So the thing is, what's funny is Donald Trump relies on men to enforce these things. But these men collectively do not rely on Donald Trump.
I think that...
Can I ask a question? Just one clarifying question on that.
They can choose to rebel.
Yeah, so if you're saying that Donald Trump is, I think we would all agree, Donald Trump is probably not the most physically powerful man.
Yeah, no.
You're saying that it's the military, and any individually, my guess is almost anybody in the military is going to be more physically powerful than Trump. Why would you say that Donald Trump is more powerful than any of those other people, anybody in the military, if you can't beat them up?
Yeah, so what you're doing right now, Destiny, is equivocating. So you're using two different definitions of a power, right? So if we're speaking about when I say that true power, and my definition of true power, and my argument is, well, that's within the hands of the people that can enforce the things that we write on a piece of paper. That's true power. And we know that is true because the reverse can't happen, right? The reverse can't happen. They always have to appeal to people to enforce it, right? And get people to enforce it. But it's not the same. At any time, the people that's enforcing these rights and laws, they can choose not to, which is why civil war happens, which is why not even that, even the people that's enforcing this is why we have the Second Amendment here, because at any time our government is going off crazy, the people can stand up and go against the military, which would be men. It's going to be a majority of men that's going to be going against the military. And this is how kings got overthrown. This is how civil wars happened. This is how nations fell within. But it's always by men. So once again, all of these questions that you're asking, Destiny, and that Tilly is going through, it's all proving force doctrine. It's not negating the argument. It's actually fully demonstrating it.
So I would say that power is to do with the ability to establish legitimate rules that other people recognize and follow. So whereas force is different.
Darn. I didn't do that. She just went out. All right. Well, she'll come back in. All right. So, we've been going for an hour, 42 minutes. And, we could go for a little bit longer. I got time. This is pretty fun for me. You got time, Destiny? Because then we're going to spend 30 minutes allowing some people to call up.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, cool. So once she comes back in, we'll go for 30 minutes longer. Then we'll shut this down, and then we'll go and start having some callers call in and ask myself questions and Tilly questions. And actually, let me put the link for people to join the stream at the end of the debate. Let me get you that link, and I'm going to pin the link in the YouTube comments, and that's going to be on my page, No Fugazi page. Anyone that's tuning in on Destiny's channel, come on in and ask me some questions, and try to catch me in some stuff, because I know you guys are definitely against me, which is fine though. I welcome it. 1 second. All right, everyone that's tuning in, I just went ahead and pinned the link in the YouTube comments, so you can come there if you want to go ahead and ask us some questions. And now let me see if Tilly is back in here. Okay, yeah. All right, let's try this again. Hey, Tilly, can you
Sorry.
speak? Okay, you're good. So Destiny, I think you were asking a question, or Tilly. Actually, Tilly, you were speaking.
Yeah, I was saying that we were talking about definitions of power. So I was saying that power is about the ability to political power is usually about some kind of ability to establish like legitimate rules that other people are going to recognize and follow. And force is weak because it's derivative. Like sure, it maintains compliance, but it doesn't create authority. Like authority doesn't lie in force itself. Authority maintains compliance. It maintains authority. Therefore, like true like power arises when people recognize something or accept something as binding. Like, for example, let's say you have like some kind of supreme ruler or dictator. That person has power because they define laws, they guarantee security. Like the soldier's sword or whatever, like that's only effective insofar as like laws confer the legitimacy of that. Because the state isn't just that which has a monopoly on force, it's that which on legitimate use of force, what is considered legitimate. This is why a police officer could probably shoot me and be more likely to get away with it, but I can't shoot someone and get away with it almost ever.
Yeah. So once again, everything that you said isn't disproving it; it's actually proving it, because it's all going to resort back down to the people that can enforce the constructs that you have in your mind. Because that's all the things that you said is just all laws. All of these things are just ideas in the mind. It's written things that you have on a piece of paper, and then what you do is you have to go to people have to believe in it. They have to be influenced to say, you know what? I'm going to enforce this law. This is why people go to, to be a police officer. This is why they go into the military, because they believe in America. They believe. You get what I'm saying? But at any time, if they don't believe, this little piece of paper holds no weight. So therefore, you always have to keep appealing to get the people to believe in whatever the construct whatever the law and the right is.
To their head? You're doing that by threatening them with violence? That sounds like authoritarianism. You're doing it by defining rights.
No.
You're doing it
that's
by
not what I said.
Social norms. You're doing it by organizing collective action. And yes,
I'm saying that's the only way that right equals force. So this thing that you have on a piece of paper, then please Tilly, if it doesn't equal force, if rights don't equal force, please point to a right. Can you touch a right? Please demonstrate how you have these rights currently right now in the UK if men aren't there to enforce it. You wouldn't have a right if men weren't there to enforce it, because other men would come and take whatever idea you had in your mind. They would take it away.
Right.
So
it wouldn't be enforced.
Tilly, if you think that you can walk down a street, put it like this, I'll fully demonstrate it, right? In Afghanistan, our troops was over there in Afghanistan. And when our troops was over in Afghanistan, women had actually certain rights in Afghanistan. They was going to school. They was just, walking the streets normally and stuff. They were kind of chilling, right? But then when American soldiers left Afghanistan, guess what happened? The Taliban took over and took away all women's rights.
No, it didn't.
The Taliban military, the United States, our military, when they left, the Taliban took over, and guess what? Women wasn't going to school no more when the Taliban took over. What are you speaking about?
They right to go to school.
Not if men don't allow them to go to school.
Right. This is why I've repeatedly said that force doctrine, doesn't make sense. Right?
No, Tilly, you don't make sense. Map it onto reality that rights, how do you have a right without it being enforced?
Right. I feel like I've already done this sufficiently.
You haven't done it at all, Tilly. You haven't done it.
Even if I do grant you male physical prowess matters, of course it matters. I don't think it matters to justify patriarchy, because all it demonstrates.
Then how can you have a patriarchal society without men? Is it going to be women enforcing things? Well, what do you mean? How can you have societies as a collection of people in an ordered community? How do you create order if you don't have men enforcing order? Demonstrate it. How can one create
that,
order?
Because I'm not arguing that men shouldn't enforce order.
You're speaking about societies. So here's what I'm saying. The things that you presuppose, you're missing things. The debate is about
saying that the
is
restraint of force is
the
just as
debate is
important
about
when we are
is
in civilization
patriarchy
as
necessary
peace.
and good for societies. You won't have a society if the society doesn't have any order. That would be chaos. Look at what societies means. It's ordered communities. How do you have order if you don't have men to enforce the things that people have in their mind to create said order?
This is why I differentiate from the force doctrine thing. The reason why I said that this force doctrine is a rapist mentality is because I said that men who ascribe to this idea believe that they are granting women some kind of benevolent freedom, that they are granting women something rather than that rights.
It's not just about women, it's men too. No, it's not just about women.
Mentality of men who rape other men. I'm saying if I grant that physical male prowess matters, what that means is that you two are in danger from stronger men than you, that men grant you your rights. I'm saying this is not how rights work. I'm saying that civilization requires we collectively opt in to choose to respect each other's property rights. We choose to respect another's right to life. Therefore, if you try and express that men
what if we don't
grant women's
choose
rights by not interpersonally violating them,
what if we don't choose, Tilly?
You have to concede a whole bunch of emasculating logics, or you have
No.
to recognize that rights
What are you speaking about, Tilly?
something.
This does
you
not.
know that rights
So,
are grounded
Tilly,
in things. You
Tilly,
know
real
that
quick.
rights are grounded in things because you appeal to God.
Tilly, real quick. You keep saying that, well, you know, men have to appeal to other men for their rights. That's within force doctrine. Force doctrine is simply that it's men that's going to be the one. They have the monopoly on force. It's men that's going to be the ones that's enforcing these constructs that we have in our mind. It's never going to be women. It's never going to be women. Women, collections of women cannot do it themselves. There's not a collective of women that can enforce any rights.
Andrew Wilson comes up with force doctrine because whenever he speaks to like liberals and leftists, they believe and they assert something to do with subjective morality. So he tries to critique them, right, by saying, well, if everything's based on preferences X, Y, Z about feminism. So like it falls apart when I just don't describe to subjective
it did.
morality.
Nothing fell apart. Tilly, nothing fell. Not one of my arguments. I truly had two arguments. None of them fell apart. Argument number one was actually I've written it down. Actually, let me go to it real quick. Where is it at? Okay. So argument number one is the patriarchy necessary and good for society? Yes, because it's inevitable if you have a society. It means you have order, and men can only enforce the law and the order. And if you think societies are good, then you're basically affirming the patriarchy, because if you think societies are good, you need the patriarchy to build the society. So obviously it's good. Now, so the second argument is very simple, which you truly tried to escape it, but it didn't work. You actually admitted that you actually believe that morality is subjective. My first question was, do you believe that morality is objective? You said that yes. And then you appealed if it's objective, it's mind independent. But then you say that, oh, it's dependent on logic and reason and what's the other word? Agency, which is things that you appeal to it all depends on the mind. So your morality is not objective. Your morality is truly subjective because it's mind dependent. It depends on having the ability to utilize logic and reason. But guess what? Someone can act in a logical way and kill someone. You said, well, yes, that would be bad. Oh, well, if it's objective, well, then how is it always changing within people utilizing their logic and reason? Then it's not objective, it's subjective. So therefore, you fall into the same trap of Andrew Wilson's famous argument. Everything for you reduces down to preferences. And if it reduces down to preferences, my question for you then how can you it does reduce. If you believe that, you do believe that morality is subjective, which then how are you justifying what's good and what's bad? You said that logic and reason. What? That didn't explain anything. It didn't demonstrate anything. It's going to reduce down to what person prefers something utilizing logic and reason. No, I do understand what you're saying. I'll say this. Let me ask you this question. We'll get into subjective morality again. If someone is acting in accordance with utilizing logic and reason, and they think about it logically that it's good to kill someone, right? It's logical to kill someone. How can you justify that killing is bad?
Because of the fact that ontologically agents cannot be coerced without collapsing the concept of agency. Agents cannot be killed without collapsing
Subjective.
the concept of agency itself. It's like the ontological
That's
argument for the
subjective.
existence of God, except for the existence of rights. Okay, and now I'm
No,
gonna
that's
return to you with a
subjective,
question.
Tilly.
Let's say two people
That's still,
have, okay, hold on.
Tilly,
Let me
that's
return
still,
to you with a question.
you did not demonstrate
No,
it.
it
That's still,
isn't. Let's say-
is it
no,
not?
no, it's
Okay,
not.
so
It's an
demonstrate,
ontological
okay, so
condition.
demonstrate, okay, Tilly, then you have to, don't just run from it, then please
I'm not running from it.
demonstrate.
I'm going to ask you a
Okay.
question in return about
Okay, got it. Please demonstrate how it's not.
Let her do an example.
Okay, yeah, do an example. Please demonstrate how it's not subjective.
where you ground your own morality, okay? There's two people, and this is a really classic thing, you've probably been asked it before. Let's say there's one person who says that God told me to kill a guy, and you said that God told me to keep that person alive. How are you going to differentiate? Let's say both of these people genuinely believe they've experienced revelations from God. How are you going to differentiate those two prepositions? Like, how are you differentiating those?
So once again, I appeal to Christian ethics. Christian ethics, we follow the 10 Commandments. So therefore, we have things that's grounded, right? Like thou shalt not kill, Tilly.
Right, exactly.
So therefore, the
And
person that's doing this, Tilly, just stop. You asked me a question, let me answer it. Therefore, to justify it, it tells us the person, thou shalt not kill, the person that did the killing, well, this is bad. The person that didn't do the killing, this is good. You asked me the question, I answered it because my morality is grounded in things that I don't appeal to in my mind. I appeal to things outside of my mind. Your morality, you have to appeal to your mind. You are subordinate to logic and reason. Tilly, you're subordinate to logic and reason. I'm not subordinate to logic and reason. You have to appeal to logic and reason. I appeal to the entity that logic and reason is subordinate to, the entity that created logic and reason. You can only appeal to logic and reason. This is why when you're saying that, oh, well, morality is objective. How is it objective? Well, if we utilize logic and reason, and then we understand that people have agencies and people need to, respect other people's agencies. That's just stupid. What if I don't respect your agency? What if I choose not to abide by that? How can you determine, how can you justify what is good and what is bad? Without, it's all going to be in your mind. It's all going to be subjective is what I'm saying.
I think there's a definitional thing that's happening here as well, where I think when Tilly is talking about like what makes for an optimal agency person, like who has the most agency, there are a certain set of preconditions that need to be met, right? You need to be able to not be murdered, to not have your stuff stolen, et cetera, et cetera. I think she's saying this is like, if I say like ontologically, this is like the category, like a person with agency would have all of these different traits. I think you're labeling those things as like subjective or preferences. And they like, in one sense, they're kind of preferences, but in another sense, they're like necessary preconditions to have agency. So I think you guys are like, you're using the word preferences when she's talking about things that can be preferences, but she's not talking about them in terms of preferences. I think you guys are having a disagreement there, if that makes sense.
I think that unborn children have agency, but therefore you believe in abortion and you think that, well, it's a just killing by killing these babies because you don't believe that they have agency. This is why I'm saying that it's truly subjective, is not objective. Tilly, remember, you are grounding your morality in three things: logic, reason, and agency. Well, therefore, how do we truly determine what has agency, right? Okay. You can just say whatever you want.
And you're grounding your morality
that doesn't
in
make
that
it
thing
so.
that everyone historically has agreed upon, which is God's will, right? Let's say morality depends on God's commands. Do you agree morality depends on God's commands? I'm going to assume you mean yes, right? For an act to be morally right, we have to know what God's will is. People disagree on God's will. Therefore, moralities can human beings' interpretation. Anything guaranteed by reality, it means morality depends on which human being you trust rather than the necessary condition for agency. It's no longer universal. It's non-negotiable. It's not non-negotiable. It's logically binding, which means that my method of grounding reality is better, even if I can see that it's flawed. It's better than God, that thing that no one agrees on what God's will is.
Yeah. So once again, all you said was morality is subjective. You're not.
No, I'm saying.
Real quick, everything that you just said, you was like throwing stuff on a wall, and none of it stuck. None of it stuck. And I'll explain I'll explain why, right?
Well, real quick before, because I think you guys have looped in this. I get like a clarifying question would be: let's say you have two Christians who are different denominations. I imagine both of these people believe that just in some ways they're following the will of God, but they come across some moral disagreement, say related to premarital sex. If you're appealing to God's commands or God's actions or special revelation or whatever else, how do these two people?
Yeah, Destiny, I was going to explain it. Yeah, I'll explain it. So when I say that morality is objective, when I say that it's objective, I don't appeal to the things that I have in my mind because we have our own desires. I may desire something and I desire it so much. Like in my worldview, a homosexual, he desires, homosexual sex, right? This is a desire, and he may actually feel that it's good because he desires it and he can think that it's a loving thing. But under my worldview, we don't appeal to our flesh food desires, right? Our flesh food desires is all subjective. It's not objective, right? So when I say that God sets the standard of morality, he sets the standard of what's good and what's bad and what's going to have consequences. And he puts the consequences on the good and the bad if you do believe in God.
I'm
now, you don't have to.
For two people, how do they resolve a disagreement in God's commands? If two people, because there's different denominations, right, of like Christianity. So how do
So once again, we don't even have to speak about that. That would be moving the goalposts, right? The onus is on her to demonstrate how her standard of morality is objective. I'm totally fine. I have these debates all the time. I can demonstrate how if one group, one denomination over this denomination, they're interpreting the Bible and having LGBTQ flags in and having women preach. I can bring up many scriptures in the Bible that says, well, women should be silent in church. We can have this argument between two Christians, but the onus is not on me to prove it. The onus is on her to demonstrate how her morality is objective by utilizing logic, reason, and human agency. She hasn't done it yet. She keeps on appealing to things that is subjective within the mind. It's mind dependent, not mind independent.
Okay. What I'm trying to demonstrate is that your morality is much more subjective than mine. What I'm trying to say is that your morality depends on which human being you trust rather than on the necessary conditions for agency, which are ontological states. Whereas religion is notoriously something that people continue to disagree on because of the fact that people disagree on God's will. Therefore, for an act to be morally right, you have to know what God's will is, and God's will is continuously a mystery. This is something that has caused more wars in human history.
It's not a mystery. You're lying.
At all.
Yeah,
okay,
once again, you're just speaking about God. You're just speaking about God. You asked me for mine. I said that I believe in Christian ethics. It's just not a God. It's a different. So the thing is, listen. No, you actually did not prove that. The thing is, I can demonstrate it here clearly. But you know what? I don't actually have to demonstrate it because the onus, it's like if I ask you a question, you don't answer it, and then you ask me a question. Oh, demonstrate this. Well, I'm having trouble demonstrating it. Well, how about you demonstrate yours? That's what you're doing right now. You cannot you are doing that. You cannot ground your morality being objective. It's all subjective to your own mind. So once again, if you utilize logic and reason and listen, if you utilize logic and reason and you utilize agency, those are the three things you use to ground morality to make it objective. Well, is logic and reason dependent on the mind?
Okay. So the first thing I'll say is
answer those questions. Is logic and reason dependent on the mind? Is agency dependent on the mind?
Hold on. I'm going to answer the question. To answer the question, I'm just letting you know that it's 2 a.m. So
no, Tilly, you were cutting out.
It would be an hour and a half. It's been more like 2 hours.
Yeah, Tilly, you were just cutting out. That's why we were speaking. But I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, it's good now. But yeah, go ahead. We'll wrap it up right after you say this. We'll do closing statements.
Did you hear everything? Okay. So what I was going to say is the reason why agency-based morality or like contractarianism is better than religious morality in terms of a measurement of objectivity is because agency-based morality is derived from the necessary conditions of action. So, for example, non-coercion, self-continuity. Those conditions cannot be denied without contradiction, just like 2 + 2 is 4, just like gravity. Divine command morality, stuff about God, is mediated by human interpretation. People don't agree on what God commands. The objective basis of morality becomes subjective in practice. So if you care much about in practice, maybe you should care about what the enforcement mechanism for your Christian ethics, given that every single like war in human history, with like some rare exceptions, are caused by some kind of religious disagreement. What I would say is that agency-based morality applies to all agents equally. Divine command depends on authority, revelation, religious belonging, like basically a bunch of nonsense, right? And therefore, agency-based morality is rationally justifiable, whereas divine command morality, like, is open to so much more rational scrutiny than that.
Okay, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just refute what you said in my closing, since you said you had to go. But would you have time for a few callers to come in?
Honestly, I have a thing at 10 a.m. in the morning, so
You got like 15 minutes to spare?
I have a. Okay, hold on. Look, I'll show you. My schedule tomorrow is I have a 10 a.m. supervision, and so I have to be up really early. And we mentioned the debate would be around an hour and a half. So if the debate had ended half an hour early, I would take a bunch of the calls.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking, do you have 15 minutes to spare?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I can come back.
Well, tell me what you do. Tell me what you do know.
Coming back and answering the calls. Well, no. Like, I'm open to coming back. And
Okay, that's fine. That's all I wanted. The yes or no.
Like,
that's totally fine.
Next week, whatever. But I can't. Like.
No, that's totally fine. So
I hope your audience is understanding of that.
No, I mean, totally fine. You did agree. I see that when my team reached out to you, you did agree to 2 hours, but then also 30 minutes of taking calls. That's what you did initially agree to.
I think when you said the debate would be an hour and a half, just even on this stream, you said it would keep it to around an hour and a half and calls. But look,
yeah, I don't.
Bad,
you know
right?
what?
Like,
you know, it's all good. I think that even when I mentioned it again,
I can.
It's all good. We can do closing. we can do closing statements, and I'm happy to do a debate with you again when your connection is better and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think maybe you weren't here. Maybe you were having connection issues when I even mentioned it to Destiny in the audience. I said, well, continue the conversation for about 30 minutes long. 30 minutes more, and then we'll move into closing statements, because you agreed to 2 hours for the debate and then 30 minutes. So really it's 2.5 hours, but it's totally fine. I guess I'll go with my closing statement. It's all good. I'll go ahead and do and for the people that want to come up, you guys can still ask me questions. I'll stay here. And Destiny, you mind staying around for 20 minutes to take some questions? I'm sure people. All right, cool.
Yeah,
that's cool. All right. So are you okay with doing closing statements or no? You just want to go ahead and, because it sounds like you got to go. I'm trying to just
I could do a closing statement for like a couple of minutes.
Oh man, dang.
It's
not good.
I can come back to debate the callers, even dedicated debates to the callers, but I really can't tonight. I'm sorry, it must be genuine with misscheduling. I'm very bad at scheduling stuff. So I do genuinely apologize. But I can do a quick close.
Fair enough. So since I'll just do my closing statement first, and then I'll have you do yours, since you got to leave once you go anyway, right? So my closing statement, truly, I had 2 arguments here today. And my arguments was very simple. The debate is about, is the patriarchy necessary and good for society? I totally proved that the patriarchy is necessary, that it's inevitable in order to create a society. Societies need to be in an ordered community. It's ordered communities. And in order to create that order, well, we only have males and females. Out of this group, who's going to create that order? It's going to be men to enforce the rights, the laws, and the rules for everyone. So a patriarchal system is inevitable. Now, when we're speaking about, where does true power lie? I also demonstrated that true power lies within the people that can enforce these constructs that we have in their mind. True power lies within the people that can enforce the things that we write down on a piece of paper. Because the people that can write things down on a piece of paper, if they can't enforce anything, they don't have any rights, right? So they're relying on the people that can enforce it for them. Now, whether these people are influenced, whether these people are coerced, whatever it may be, they are still relying on those people to enforce it. And also at any time, collectively, men can say, you know what? They can have a change of mind. I don't want to enforce this law anymore. I don't want to enforce this right. So therefore, this people that write things down on a piece of paper, they can't enforce the rights for them. So therefore, true power lies within force doctrine. Rights is a social construct. Rights equals force. You don't have a right unless you can enforce that right. She did not disprove any of that. She actually conceded to a lot of those points. My second argument was basically that she does believe in subjective morality. She does. She tried to ground her morality in things like logic and reason and things like human agency. She says that, well, human agency, we kind of just have this, feeling that we know that, we have agency of life and all of these things. And collectively, we agree on this. So therefore, it's collectively we agree on this agency, because if collectively we don't agree on this agency, then this agency that she thinks in her head can be taken away by force, can be taken away by people. So therefore, it is all subjective. It is not objective. It's mind dependent, not mind independent. I don't think that she truly understands the definition of objective, or maybe she was equivocating to use a different standard of a definition of objectivity. That's there. So if it's the case that this famous Andrew Wilson argument, if it's the case that morality, everything is subjective, well, what system does she appeal to justify the good and the bad? She really never even gave me a system. She just says that, well, people agreeing on things. We agree on things and we give people rights. So this is the system. Well, okay. Well, is it?
I don't have a timer running for these closing statements, so I don't know if we're like.
I'll wrap up in 1 minute. Thank you, Destiny, for letting me know. Maybe was going on a rant there. But once again, her belief, she states that morality is objective, but she's an atheist.
Yeah, I don't know if I didn't know. I thought these were like very short. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yep. All good, man. It looks like it's 2 against 1, chat, but it's okay. So I lost my train of thought there, but basically, she believes that morality is actually subjective. She can say that it's objective, but she actually truly never demonstrated how it's objective. So therefore, everything would reduce down to preferences. I asked her, does she utilize harm principle or utilitarianism to justify things? And really, she didn't even appeal to those. She appealed to other things within her mind. So then that's all subjective. So therefore, if it's all subjective, you actually have to rely on the people that can enforce rights for you. So this is why she believes that abortion is bad. Abortion is good. I believe that it's good. But under my worldview, if people enforce my worldview, then for her worldview, it would have to be good, because everything is just subjective. There's no way to justify it other than force. I'll go ahead and land my plane there. But yeah, Tilly, I'll give you got the floor, and you can go as long as you want since you're about to leave anyway.
Okay. Well, look, I'll make it short. Patriarchy is not a benign nor is it a necessary structure, because it privileges private and decentralized force over institutionalized and restrained power. Therefore, it undermines the conditions that make cooperation and stability possible, those conditions being rights. Civilization is founded on a mutual recognition of rights and the collective restraint of private violence. Patriarchy reverses this. It normalizes domination, it creates structural instability, it leaves both men and women exposed to arbitrary coercion from the stronger. Feminism, by contrast, is a completion of the social contract because it extends rights, it extends protections to all agents, it enforces restraint through institutions, and it erodes cultural norms that perpetuate arbitrary coercion and domination. The evidence in this debate, which unfortunately we didn't, is very clear that societies that embrace restraint produce trust, prosperity, safety, well-being for everyone. Those are usually the most feminist societies. Patriarchy is not power. Patriarchy is not civilized. It is not rationally grounded in rights or social contract principles. It is not the framework that secures freedom, equality, or stability. I will just keep it that short. I would love to schedule another debate or something where we dedicate taking the calls. If possible, I can drop you a DM.
Let's do it again. Yeah, for sure, Tilly. I'll have you back. It was good decorum. We have the back and forth and stuff like that. Appreciate you for coming on. Shoot me a DM. We can debate about maybe feminism if you want or anything. I know you kind of chose this debate, but I'll let you even choose the next debate. If you want to choose the topic of the next debate, that's totally fine too. We can do it. So just shoot me a DM. Okay. I got you. All right. Appreciate you. Have a blessed one.
You too. Bye-bye. Bye.
All right, Destiny, let me go ahead and make us bigger here.
So lucky. I'm sorry. I'm not loving either of you. I'm just
Nah, man, listen, man, it's all good, man. I understand that you have a totally different worldview, so shouts out to you for moderating the debate. Actually, Tilly chose Destiny as the moderator, so, thank you for coming on and moderating this debate, man. So, Destiny, you said you got about like 30 minutes to spare, right? Or am I muted? No, I'm not muted. You said you got a few minutes to spare, right? Yo, can you hear me? I don't think he can hear me now.
This thing, whatever this restream thing is. Oh, wait. No.
Destiny, can you hear me? Yeah, you're live on my end, man. But we got some callers.
Can you hear me right now, or?
Yeah, I can hear you right now. You're good. I can hear you perfect, man.
Wait, I don't know how much is like. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna rejoin.
That's a thumbs up. That's a thumbs up, man. If you look at the screen, that's a thumbs up. So anyways, we're going to bring some people on. Looks like Destiny I think he's faking like he's having some issues there. A lot of, people do that. I think he's faking that he's having some issues because under mine, he had no issues on stream. And it's good to be an honest man. If you say that you got some questions, you got some time to take some questions from the callers, you should stay on. 0 issues on my end. From Tilly issue under Restream, it actually shows me that she's having connection issues. When Destiny was just on, he had 0 connection issues at all. And it makes sense because the chat is probably going to ask Destiny a lot of philosophical questions, which I'm sure he's not that comfortable with, which is why he was taking Tilly's side. But Destiny, come in, man. Don't be scared. Take some questions from the callers. Once again, I'm going to rock out. I'm going to answer all questions from your chat. Going to bring these guys up now. But once again, $50, I'll be bringing you up. So that's where it's coming. But first, and also the people that's trying to join the stream, it could be fully booked. Okay, let's see. Destiny came back in. Hey, Destiny, can you hear me?
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yes. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I was laughing because it's just at the end, it's literally lagging for every person. So there was just a massive shit show.
Okay, so you can hear me.
For everybody, but yeah. Okay. Wait, I think we can hear each other now. So go ahead, right?
Okay, cool. Got it. So I'm going to just bring up some people and they can ask some questions. But once again, for the people that want to ask questions, you got to send in a $50 super chat and I'll bring you up. If you are a member of my channel,
before you drag in,
then it'll be $20.
Are you able to reconnect to this?
Say that again.
Are you able to reconnect to this call? Because I think you might be delayed on this call too. Are you able to reconnect to this call? I don't know why I'm making it. Are you able to reconnect?
No, I'm not delayed at all.
To this room?
Yeah, so I'm not delayed on my end. I also wrote you in a private chat.
Because it's your reality. You're gonna be, but I think that you're.
No, I'm watching it live. Yeah, so I'm watching it live. I'm not delayed, Destiny. So we can go with the proof that it's no delay on my end. But there is.
I think we are
and you're not even delayed either. I think that you're just not hearing me.
On the restream server, not on your YouTube. You're probably good.
Okay, well, here's what we'll do. We'll bring up some people. Let's see here. He's a member. Kid Dreams, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me perfectly fine. And Destiny,
Yep, no problem.
can you hear Kid Dreams?
Wait, can you hear me? Hello?
We
I
can hear you.
Yep.
Wait, Wicked Dream, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Let me try. One sec.
Okay. He said he's going to try reconnecting. You know what?
Okay.
I think that's all cap. I think that this is a strategy to just derail the debate, just like her leaving fast. It was a little weird there. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, so let me get Destiny back up here because I was basically debating him too. All right,
Okay,
Destiny,
wait.
can you hear Kid Dreams?
Can you hear me?
Hear you. I can hear
Can you hear?
Wicked. Yeah.
All right,
All right.
cool.
No lag?
All right, Wicked, you sent in the $20 super chat because you're a member. Appreciate the support, man. What question do you have?
So I was just curious. It seemed like everything that she was saying was just everything is a preference upon how she feels. There's really no grounding in any of her morals. So how does she say that her preferences are better than somebody else's preference?
Yeah, Destiny, do you think that the way she explained it, she was able to ground objective morality by utilizing logic, reason, and human agency?
Well, first, wait. Can you hear me, or is it laggy still? Are we all caught up?
We can hear you.
Oh,
Yep.
No, we're good.
Okay. I don't know if we got to the morality part necessarily, but it sounded like her grounding had to do with the idea that there emerges from humans some like optimal form of society, some social organization that is beneficial to every person in like some objective manner, and there are like ways to achieve that end state. And then you could argue that the beliefs that everybody in a group has to possess to get to that end state are like objectively true beliefs. So for instance, if we want to have a better society, all of us should objectively believe in not killing each other with no justification. And that's where her objective grounding for the morality comes from.
Yeah, but what if we believe that it's okay? And I mean, who's to say that I'm right? Who's to say you're right? What if it's better that we get rid of the people that, bring harm to what we think is harm to our society? She's using essentially harm principle as
So I
what's
think
better.
So she would argue that, when I talk about like, if I say like ontology, there's like a thing called a human being, and from the human being emerges some things that we can say are objectively true. So like on a really basic level, we would say that there's an ideal, or there's a more ideal weight for a person, or it's better to have like lower blood pressure than like hypertension or whatever, right? That there's a collection of things that are good about people that emerges from people. if you have two societies and one group of people believes that, oh, well, we should be able to kill people or subject certain people to reductions in agency, that latter society is always going to be worse than the former society. So then the argument would be that if a rational, objective human is trying to evaluate what a society or social contract would look like, they would gravitate towards the one that respects autonomy and rights for more people. Is I think the argument.
Yeah, but it all comes down to force at the end of the day. Society is created of nothing but force.
Well, no, society, there's a ton of things that we appeal to in society that doesn't come down to force. And even if it were to appeal to force, the class that we would appeal to at the end of the day wouldn't be men. It would be people with guns. It would be people with money. It would be people with titles. It would be people that own property. These would be the people we'd probably appeal to.
Yeah, and who's that mostly comprised of? It's men, because we have a monopoly on force.
Men don't have a monopoly on force. Absolutely not. Who has more autonomy? Who has more rights, an American woman or a Somalian male?
Well, the male, because he can enforce it more than she can.
Not from Somalia.
Well, we're talking about in America. So obviously the Somalian male would be here in America, so he can enforce that. He has the power to, unless it's another man who has more power than him. If it's a single man versus a single woman, and he says, I believe this, and she says, I believe that, it comes down to force.
In a one-on-one situation, that would be true, but we don't organize that way. We organize along social lines, right? Women.
Right. Well, okay. So if it's 5 men versus 5 women, it still comes down to force. Whether it's a group, a single individual, no matter what, it still comes down to force.
Well, if it was 5 men versus 5 women, then society would go extinct because nobody reproduced because the men would just kill all the women, right? At some point.
Well, no. I mean, they could do exactly like Cooley said. They could impregnate them. They could hold them, make sure they come to term. They could have the babies. I mean, there's ways that they could. I'm not saying that is a correct or right thing to do, but it is something that they could do because they hold the monopoly on force to do that.
Why do we think those societies haven't been the most successful ones, historically speaking?
Well, I mean, there's different reasons. There's many different reasons that could be. But that still has nothing to do with the force. They were still able to do it because they have force.
Well, so like it was explained earlier, I don't know the details of this, but it was explained earlier that there's some tribe in Papua New Guinea that is like incredibly weird, I guess, or patriarchal or whatever. How they
become warriors.
But it seems like that society is not like a dominating one on the planet. If anything, it probably would fail to quite a few societies where women are afforded, more
well, they seem to be dominating over there.
Would you say that, is there any measure by which you would say that those societies are better than the societies in the West?
That's irrelevant.
Why? How is it irrelevant?
Because they're dominating over there. They're not over here. If they were over here, they would have.
But
they're still. But it doesn't matter if they're not dominating here. They're still dominating over there. It's still happening.
Yeah, but America dominates everywhere. The Western world dominates everywhere, right?
Yeah, because we have force. If we didn't have the force, somebody else would be dominating because they have the force. So again, it comes down to force.
But their society is a more patriarchal one, but they lack the force. So there's some other mechanism that force is being derived from. It's not just because we have more men, right?
No, it's well, we have more men. We have more men that can apply force.
Do we have more men than India? Who would win in a war? The United States versus India?
I mean, the United States would beat every country in a war. We have the biggest military.
Yeah, but we don't have the most men. So there's something else there that's powering the force.
Well, currently right now it's so currently I see what Destiny is saying. He's saying that it's more than just like numbers of men. And currently in today's society, that is true because listen, if the reason why you got Israel, a small state of comprised of 10 million people? I think it's 10 million people in Israel, maybe a little bit more.
7 million, 8 million Jews, yeah. Yeah,
something like that. But the reason why they have a nuclear bomb and these countries around them don't have any nukes, right? So, and also America is helping them. So yeah, we have technology that comes into play. But even if we look at, let's just say, 400 years ago, and you take away guns, there's no guns. Generally speaking, it's going to be numbers. Mm-hmm. Take away guns, it's going to be numbers.
Yeah, there are guns, right?
But since there are guns now, who's better at utilizing these guns and who's better at utilizing whatever this technology that they make? It's going to be men.
We make that. We make
them. Men made the guns. Men did it all.
Yeah, but can you think of a single man that can make a gun?
Yeah, it's called a 3D printer.
Yeah, so no, because no man makes a 3D printer, right? 3D printers and guns are produced by societies.
No, you said a man that
No,
can make a
I
gun.
actually-
A man could make a gun by using a 3D printer. You didn't.
A man can't even make a pencil on his own, right? You have to have collections of societies that all come together in order to gather the supplies, to ship them, to manufacture them. There's a whole supply chain.
So then how was the first gun made? Was it not made by a man?
It was probably made by a collection of people that do research, that come together.
A few men.
Like a collection of men?
Let's say 5 men. Yeah, that's still appealing to a patriarchy.
But it's not though. It's appealing to like a society that's organized around principles that require some mutual agreement.
So if that's the case, then why didn't women create these guns?
Because men can enforce or have more power to head societies.
There you go.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
We have the power to enforce.
But you say we. You're not in the team though. The we is the.
I mean, I'm a man. I do have more power to enforce my right over a woman at any point.
But you don't, because there are a million women in this country. You could walk
because of the threat of
and you would be
force.
killed immediately by security, by another man, by somebody of a higher class, by somebody with more weapons. There's a million other things in society that are more important than your sex or gender when it comes to enforcing your will.
Yeah, because the threat of force is not because of the threat of other. It's the threat of other men. It's not because of the threat of other women.
But it's not the threat of
there
other
aren't
men.
men.
It's not just any men.
There
though,
is.
Right? It's not
There's the
just
threat
any
of other men.
It's a particular type of man, right? What's the more important factor? It's going to be things like how much money you have, the access to military arms. It's going to be your organization. Like these are the things that are going to matter way more than just being a man. Being a man might be a part of it, but if you have a society where there are 100,000 men and 100 men rule those 100,000 men, like feudal societies, things organized around monarchies and everything in the past, it's weird to say, well, the men are in control. Not really. There's a very small group of men that are in control of everybody.
So can you tell me how do you have a society without force?
Real quick, wait, Kay, because we got a lot of people in here. I want to get some other people up that send some donations. Let's spend just 2 minutes on this, and I'll let you just close it out.
One last question is: how do you have a society without force?
Force is probably a necessary part of a society for maintaining rule and order.
Okay, but who is going to be the people who apply force? It's going to be the gender that is physically capable of doing it, and men have that monopoly because we are physically capable. It's not always going to be all men. It's not going to always be men. There might be some women in there, but a big majority is going to be men because we are physically capable of doing it. That's the difference.
Are the majority of men cops?
Yes, majority of men are cops. Majority of men are firefighters. Majority of men are in the Navy. The
majority of cops are men, but the majority of men are not cops, right? Who we dole out power to is a decision made by a state apparatus, by a society. That's the thing.
That's just because a majority of men don't want to be cops. Not everybody wants to be a cop, but the people who want to be cops are majority men.
Sure, but the power that they're granted and the structure and the society that they exist in are all emergent things from said society. It's not just men. It's a group of men that have been granted power by society to enforce rules and laws. It's not just random.
Right, but at the end of the day, it's still men creating the enforcement, doing the enforcement.
Well, it's not just men creating the enforcement. We all vote on laws and everything, right?
Yeah, but it's a majority of men. So if it has to rely to one sex to actually hold up the end of the bargain to make the society run, it's going to rely on men enforcing
society
it.
Running is not just force, though. That might be a precondition, but it's not sufficient to power all of the society. There's plenty of societies with just force. They suck. The one that you described in Papua New Guinea sounds like a shitty society. There are lots of societies.
To us it is, but to them it's not.
You don't think there's any objective measure by which you can say whether some society might be better than another society, or some culture might be better than some other culture?
But I just told you, to us it is, but to them it is not.
Well, I mean, if you're going to ultimately argue that everything is subjective at the end of the day, I mean, I guess subjective and relative. I can agree, but then at that point, there's no. I don't know where we're even.
Yeah, but again, whether at the end of the day, it still comes down to force.
What comes down to? Well, if it's all subjective and relative, then who cares?
Wait, say that again.
If it's all subjective and relative, I mean, who cares?
I mean, I would care.
I thought you just said that. So do you think the society you live in now is superior to the Papua New Guinea society, or do you think it's irrelevant at the end of the day?
I mean, I think it's superior because, I'm not having to go suck some dude's dick, but, that's just me. So some people might like that.
Sure, but most of us probably prefer the society we live in now versus the society that they live in, right? And we have the ability to maintain the society even though theirs is probably more patriarchal, right? Because we have this whole social structure that has emerged to ensure our rights, our freedoms, our ability to do scientific research, to build guns, to build nukes.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that there's people in that society that rather live there than live here.
I don't think so, because if that was the case, we'd probably have seen more of those societies emerge than the ones that we live in now.
Well, that just depends on the morals of the people. But there's still people who believe that it's, over there is pretty good and they like it over there. They have no problem with what's going on.
So,
do you think it's totally random? Do you think it's totally random that most societies look like the ones that we're in today versus societies that look like the ones in Papua New Guinea? Do you think that was just a random chance?
Hold that question real quick. I got to speak to the chat. Everyone that's in the chat, we got a lot of trolls in here that's coming in backstage. Whether they're trying to come in backstage, it looks like it's some of your people, Destiny. Like they're not even sending in any cash to come backstage. They're just, coming backstage. But once again, any of my chat or even Destiny's chat, if you want to come in and ask a question, if you're not a member, you got to send in a $50 super chat. If you are a member, you just got to send in a $20 super chat, and I'll allow you on up. Dane Snyder, I see Rachel Wilson. I'm going to get to your comments as well. Anybody that wants to come on up, do it now. The room is not full. It's available. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you think it's just a roll of the dice that more egalitarian societies seem to emerge as more successful than the more patriarchal ones?
It depends on what you define as successful.
Anything that we would deem to be successful.
As in,
how about this? What? In human history, let's just say for war. In human history, when two societies have gone to war with each other, which one tends to win? The more patriarchal one or the more egalitarian one?
Well, the one that can apply more force. That really doesn't matter whether patriarchal or egalitarian.
But why does it seem like the more egalitarian ones always seem to be the ones that generally win?
How would they be egalitarian and generally win? I would see it as the ones that have more force. It doesn't matter whether they're egalitarianism.
Yeah, but it seems like they produce more force. Why do egalitarian societies tend to produce more force than patriarchal societies?
I would have to see that. I don't know that that's factual.
Well, do you think that the United States was more patriarchal, or do you think Japan was more patriarchal in World War II? Or do you think that in the Crusades, or do you think that Muslim caliphates, do you think those were more patriarchal, or do you think that Western nations were more patriarchal for World War I?
I think we were more patriarchal.
You think in Muslim societies, you think that they had equal rights between men and women?
No, not in Muslim societies. Muslim societies are completely different. They're extreme on a lot of ends.
Sure. Why did they collapse? They seem to be a heavily patriarchal society.
This also has to do with IQ and as well. It's
why
not
do
just
higher
patriarchal.
IQ societies tend to be less patriarchal and more egalitarian?
I don't know that that's true.
Well, does it seem true?
To me, it doesn't seem to me that it would be.
Do you think that higher IQ societies tend to be more patriarchal and lower IQ society? Can you think of does that just feel true? I guess on a universal level, does it seem like lower?
I think if you're a patriarchal society, you have a little bit higher IQ in some areas.
Okay, it just seems strange because I feel like all the patriarchal.
I'm not saying where you're going with this, but.
Well, I'm just saying that the force that you're talking about seems to emerge more efficiently. It's organized more efficiently in more egalitarian societies rather than heavily patriarchal ones. And it seems like one of the main arguments earlier was that patriarchy can undermine aspects of a society that might make it a more valid force projector. That having a patriarchy is undermining agency and rights in a society, and that these are the things that give rise to better societies, which could produce more force.
So I think what he has, Destiny, I think what you're saying here is basically you're alluding to that egalitarian societies where there's women in positions of power and women in the workforce. There's women that's helping out society. They tend to do better than societies that is just patriarchal, where it's men in legislative powers that's given rights and it's men that's enforcing the rights. That's your argument, right?
Generally speaking, yeah. Or the principles that would give rise to egalitarians would also probably produce societies that can arrange more force than the principles that would give rise to strictly patriarchal societies.
Okay, got you. The principles, whether, and one of those principles you're saying is basically like feminism. Let women in the workforce, let them in the economy, let them thrive, things like that. Let them have, just as much choice in the economy, just as much opportunity in the economy that men have.
It depends on how you define feminism, but if you're defining feminism that way as giving women more access to the same rights that men have, or men the same agency that men have, then yes, yeah.
Okay, got it. So if that's the case, then why, if we look at history, we could just go to World War One, and was there women in the military in World War? Was there women that had the same opportunities in the workforce during the time of World War One? We would have to say no, they didn't at all. So if that's the case, that women didn't even have the right to vote, they didn't have the same opportunities as men in the workforce and to be in the economy like men are, but we still ended up winning World War One.
How were we able to continue producing the weapons that men fought with? How were we able to keep our economy running when the men went overseas to fight?
So so you can't point to a time in history when it was war where women didn't help. Women always helped when men went away to war. Women always helped.
Women might not have necessarily had the education to work in economy.
Destiny. Women always helped with societal infrastructure and the things to uphold society when men go off to war.
No, so
you can't point to a society where that didn't happen. So when men are off to war,
banned education would necessarily not have women that were capable of working in factories, because the only thing they could do is take care of children. You need a minimum level of education. It might have been high school or some middle school back then. Today it might be college.
To work in fact. What time are you speaking about?
To any time.
What current time?
For World War II, when all of our women went to the factories to start helping with the manufacturing, when the men went overseas, and a less egalitarian society might not have had women that were capable of doing that.
And why were women able to work in these factories? They were able to work in these factories because the factories themselves was already built. You're looking at society, at patriarchal societies already being built, and then saying, well, since it's already built and we have this comfortability, then this is where women get to come in and help. Prior to, think about it, building a society with order, you're not really appealing to men. You're not appealing to women to help create this order. You're going to appeal to men to create this order and to establish a society from ground up. Like feminism and socialism and all of these other isms, they come about when a society has already been built by the patriarchy. This is the only way women start thinking, well, I think I deserve some more rights. Well, goddamn, chick.
Even if I were to grant you all of that, you're just saying that patriarchy is a de-evolution of, or is an earlier stage of a successful society, that egalitarianism and feminism, the introduction of women into the workforce in a place that, even if I grant you has been secured by men, is a superior society, because in every part of the world where women have joined the workforce, where women have had the ability to get educated, those societies are superior, even in the masculine ways, in terms of being able to project force across the world, are superior to the societies that remain heavily patriarchal and revoke those rights from women. And we can see this in every military conflict in the world. You yourself said it earlier, that America could beat every country across the planet. We have way more rights for our women than tons of countries in the Middle East, tons of countries in Africa, probably in China and India. These are all more patriarchal societies than ours.
But in World War I, women didn't have, there were many countries where women had the same amount of rights that other countries had, and we still beat those countries. Women had the same amount of rights in Germany at the time that they had in America. They had the same amount of rights. So, but we still beat, but we still beat Germany.
I don't think women in the Ottoman Empire had the same amount of rights as those in the
So,
United States.
what I'm saying is the distinction between this is that, well, men enforce these rights. Men are the patriarchy. You can't have a I get what you're saying. You're saying well, these patriarchal societies, you're using patriarchy as the people in positions of power, but then you're saying, well, egalitarian societies tend to be a little bit better at enforcing these rights and upholding rights because they're allowing women in these certain positions, but they're not doing any enforcement, is what I'm saying. They're not enforcing anything. Men are still enforcing it.
I understand what you're saying. You're taking anything in a vacuum. If I were to ask you what kills somebody, a gun or a bullet, There's no answer
Hey, Cooley, I hear my son waking up. I got to go check on him.
Oh, okay, okay. I think we got one of your people that came in. They sent in a $50 super chat. I'll go ahead and let you go.
Hey, yeah, good to talk to you guys. Let me go check
Yeah.
on him, man. All right, I'll be in chat.
All right, cool. Let me go ahead and let you out. And anyone else that wants to come on up, ask me some questions, or Destiny, come on up. So, Taylor, you sent in a $50 super chat. You said, backstage, blah, blah, rights equals force is the same thing as might makes right. Cooley argues like a confused chat GPT bot. All right, cool. I like that. So you're up.
Hello?
So 1 second. Is your camera on or no?
My camera's off. Here, hang on 1 second. I was using OBS a second ago. Let me turn that off.
Okay, all good.
And let's see if it works. Nope. Hang on.
Just to finish my analogy, what I was saying is that, like, if you say, like, does a gun or a bullet kill somebody? Like, well, the answer is you need both, right? I'm saying that one is way better with the other, and then when these two things combine, you create something, like a thing emerges from the whole that's superior to any of the underlying parts. And you can say, well, a bullet doesn't do anything if you don't have a gun first, and you can beat somebody up with a gun. Like, even if you had no bullets, a gun is still better than nothing because you could smash them over the head with it. But a gun and a bullet
Pistol whip
together,
somebody.
right? Sure, yeah. But a gun and a bullet together produce something when you bring these two things together, which is, I would argue, is a more egalitarian society seems to produce something that is greater than just somebody that has more guns but no bullets.
Yeah, and the thing, when you were arguing that with Kid Dreams, I think what he was essentially saying, and he was basically saying, well, that doesn't negate the fact that men are going to be the majority in the military. What is true is that, well, women in certain positions in helping out society, I don't think that that's a bad thing, and I don't think that anybody think that that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I agree with you and I understand this, but what I'm saying is that, like, if I could tell you right now, I was to challenge you, I want you to be safe, or I'm sorry, you need to survive, and you can pick 100 people, but you can only choose one adjective to describe the type of people that you want to protect you. You're never saying men. That's not going to be. There's a million other things that you would pick before men in that society, right? You'd say, yeah.
You said protect?
Yeah, to protect you. You'd never say men, because that, who knows what you might draw there on a one. You might say young people would probably be better than men if you do a whole median. I don't know, would I rather have like a 65-year-old man or a
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Sure. I'm
So
saying that, like, even though men might be like the enforcer class, it's a very, very, very selective group of men.
correct.
You know?
And this is why we say a collection of men that are capable to enforce the rights. That's what Kid Dreams was saying. He says that men that are capable. So he's still speaking about specific men, not, men that aren't capable. They would still be better to enforce rights and to protect you than women that are capable.
Well,
For example, I would say
Real quick.
so Taylor, you're up here.
Yeah, is there a way that
I
you
got
can
no
just pull up,
camera,
like, a placeholder
but-
instead of my camera? I don't think my camera's going to work. Is there a way that you can just, like,
I mean, you can just let me go ahead and do this. Hold up. Let's try this.
working fine in OBS, something about backstage.
Source
I'm not
hidden
sure.
to show change non-video setting. Okay, 1 second here. Show non-video participant. All right. All right. So now we got you up, and now you can turn on your camera if you want.
Let's see if it works this time. I really don't
Yeah.
think it's going to work. I have a dog shit webcam, and I'm pretty sure that it's not going to actually.
All right, fair enough. You could just, that's fine, man.
Yeah,
You,
but
you
you were
sent in the
saying that-
$50. I'll go ahead and honor you, and you could ask a question.
I appreciate it. Also, hi, Destiny. Real quick, Cooley. You were just saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that a less capable man is ultimately more capable than a capable female for enforcing rights and blah blah blah.
Yeah, so I'll give an example. I'm not saying all, right? If you can go to the extreme and say, well, a man in a wheelchair that's on dialysis is
Right, but,
probably
like-
not going to be good enforcing anything or protecting someone than a woman, right?
But let's say, okay,
So I can get to the specific if you want me to.
I was curious. Would you entertain a hypothetical if I asked you a hypothetical situation?
Yeah, man, you spent the money to come on up. Go ahead. Man.
So let's say that you are, let's say it's a home intrusion thing, right? You wake up,
Yeah.
There's a person in your house that has a gun. Let's just say for the sake of the hypothetical, you don't own a gun. You call the cops. A cop shows up. It's a female cop.
Yeah.
Your neighbor has also shown up. They're unarmed, but it's a man, and he works out. He can bench, but he doesn't have a gun.
Yeah.
The intruder has a gun. The female cop has a gun. Your neighbor, who can bench, is a male.
Doesn't have a gun.
Who would you rather have protecting you?
I would have the person with the gun.
Okay.
Yeah. But what does this prove? You want to elaborate on your argument?
So a properly equipped and capable female is ultimately more capable in that situation of preserving your rights to property?
Well, with the gun that a man created, yeah.
With a gun that a society created. Holy shit.
No, with a gun that men created, yeah. But a society, you can only have a society again within an ordered community. And who creates order? There's going to be men that create order, right? So therefore, I answered your question perfectly, but it doesn't map on to refute any of my claims. I said, yeah, I'll take the chick with the gun to protect the home invasion rather than the neighbor across the street without the gun. Yeah, if I had to choose, give me that chick with the gun and spray everybody. The only reason why the chick has the gun is because men created the gun. If we take men away
Just to be clear,
in their
men
inventions,
didn't create the gun. Society created the gun.
certain
right?
men. Oh, if
The society
men,
empowered
okay,
and created and allowed to do education and everything, right? It's society.
let's do that argument. And who created a society?
Men
Women,
and women
because they
working
birth
together,
children.
communicating.
I mean, what do you mean? I mean, it depends on how reductive you want to be.
No, you got to reduce it to the lowest denominator. Societies.
Our current society, is our current society cool? Is
The-
our current society run by exclusively men? Or do we only have male senators? Do we only have male congressmen? Do we only
Well, let
have
me answer
male
one of
mayors?
let me answer Destiny's questions first, and I'll get to yours. So a society
you can answer
is an aggregate of people. A society is an aggregate of people in an ordered community. Ordered is the key word, right? So you can't have a society without order. You can have a community and it can be chaos. So my standpoint is, well, who creates the order? It's men that create order, because when things go wrong, listen, if you have this right or this law or you have a rule, if people don't follow the rules, well, there needs to be consequences if you don't follow the rules, and men are the only ones that can put consequences on people that don't follow the rules.
Okay,
and it's gonna be a collection of men to put those consequences. It's not gonna be a collection of women to put those consequences on other men. Now they can put those consequences on other women, right? A lot of chicks get together, yeah, they can put those consequences on other women, but they can't put those consequences on other men. The men would just destroy the woman. Right, destroy the women.
That almost works,
so if you're speaking about real quick, if you're speaking about, if you're referring to a society, you're referring to a patriarchy. You're affirming the patriarchy.
Even a patriarchy isn't exclusively made up of male enforcers, though. Like even if we're
No one said it. No one said exclusively.
Even if we're looking at a traditional, like, conservative nuclear family, in the home, if that home is that society, this little micro society, a lot of the enforcement of rule and law is carried out by the mother. Like it's not like the dad.
It's under the male's authority.
The mom is there's plenty of kids who had way more discipline given to them by their mother than their father, and there's a spectrum, and other kids will disagree and they'll say, oh no, it was wait till dad gets home, wait till dad gets home. But a lot of kids, fuck that. Mom wasn't gonna wait until dad gets home. A lot of kids had the rules enforced by their mother directly. Like there's not in every society, whether it's patriarchal.
And you know what? I'm glad that you.
And matriarchies aren't exclusively enforced by women. No matter the society, it's always ultimately enforced by cooperation between both genders of our species. We don't.
Okay.
It's not like you don't find any pockets of only male societies. You don't find any pockets of only female societies.
And I'm not saying that
men and women working in tandem and communicating.
I got it. I wanted you to land your plane. I think you're a straw man in my position. I'm not saying that it's only men. I'm saying that it's going to be the majority of men.
Just screamed out when you accuse someone else of straw manning.
You did straw man, because once again, it's going to be the majority of men, a collection of men, to enforce laws and put consequences, to enforce rules and laws and put consequences on other people.
Right, yeah,
a majority is not going to be a majority of women and a small amount of men. That's just not going to happen. So also, let's just use your argument. You brung up, well, mothers.
Are rules unable to be enforced in a single mother household?
I'm going to answer that.
Okay.
But just allow me a moment, right?
I'm not going to answer it.
I'm going to answer it. You just said that is laws and rules. Can laws and rules be enforced under single mother households? My answer is yes, that is true. It's because it's children. Women are still, generally speaking, they're going to be stronger than their children. Now, when the kids start getting a little older, he has the true strength to rebel. Now, kids can rebel as well, but if they rebel when they're 5 years old, 8 years old, mommy smack them. They can't really do anything. So, it's force. The mother, let me just finish. The mother is using force. Now, if we extrapolate your example out, we see the negative effects of single mother households. Single mother households leads to juvenile delinquents and a lot of degeneracy that we see on this planet. Most of the gang violence comes from homes that was deprived of male enforcement. It came from single mother homes, right? So what you're saying is, it does not negate my position. It does not negate the argument. You're straw manning it. It's very clear. I'll say it again real quick for you, Taylor. I'm not saying that it has to be majority of males. I'm not saying that it's only males. I'm saying that it has to be a majority of males to enforce rights and laws and also put consequences on other people. That is a patriarchy. You can't have a society without order. If you want some order, this is why there's not really order in single mother homes. They're juvenile delinquents. They always rebelling. There's more order in a nuclear family. And also, let's just say, I'll give you this statistic. Single father homes do just as good as two-parent households, and they do better than single mother homes. You know why?
Do you have a source for that?
I can pull it up if you...
What's the... Yeah.
That's totally... Yeah, I mean, I could pull it up. I could pull it up if you want to, but just let me land my plane. Right? So within this, you'll see a clear difference how a man can put his son in place until, when the son is even 18. What? He can still put his son in place. He can still enforce laws and rules by putting consequences on his son. Generally speaking, mothers are not going to be physically capable of enforcing any rights or laws unless the child complies to it once the child is like 16 years old.
I feel like the older a child gets, the more likely they are to rebel against their father instead of their mother for that specific reason, because they feel more. A son might feel more justified to physically challenge his father, but he's never going to try to physically challenge his mother, because we don't only run on might makes right. That's not how that works. You don't obey your mother because you physically overpower you. You obey your mother because you love her and she loves you, and ultimately, especially if you're living in their house, you're dependent on them for shelter. You're dependent on them for your entire life. You're not obeying your parents because they could beat you to a bloody pulp if you stepped out of line. You're obeying them because there is a social contract within a family of we all take care of each other and blah 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 blah.
Okay, so here's the part where you straw man my argument. I'm not saying that might makes right. I'm saying that might makes, whether if it's right or wrong, might still makes. And if we're speaking about order, then men, a collection of men, I would say that is the patriarchy. That's where the true power lies. It makes. You can't have a society without order and males. Men in positions of enforcement actually create the order, Taylor. That's what I'm saying. You haven't refuted it. You're actually proving it the more you speak. Like the single mother household, you proved my point. You said something else as well. You had another example. What was the other example you had? Besides the mother living alone, what was the other one?
I don't remember the other example. I think that the other example was just a two-parent household where the son may rebel against the father physically, but he's less likely to rebel against the mother physically, which is interesting because he's more likely to be able to overpower the mother physically, but he's less likely to rebel against her physically.
You know why? Because the child knows that it's going to be consequences if he rebels against the mother and the father is
rules, not because the rules could physically overpower him, but because he knows that if he follows the rules,
okay. You have any kids?
Exist in a more cohesive way. The order is preserved by the order isn't just preserved by the people enforcing the rules. The order is preserved by the people who are following the rules, and when what gives the rule legitimacy is that when the rule is followed, all parties benefit. Not
Okay.
because it's not legitimate, because if it's not followed, the enforcers will overpower the followers and blah, 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 blah. No, the rule is legitimate if, when it is followed, all parties benefit. That's how you build a society.
Okay. So Taylor, are you responsible of children?
No.
Okay. I'm responsible of many children.
That's scary.
So if you were responsible of children, or even if you can think back in your younger years, you would know that children, they have a natural inclination to just be rebellious and do things. Like, you tell a kid something, just the fact that you told them no, they have this force to be like, oh, I'm going to do it anyway. And when children rebel from the parents, one of the ways to get them not to rebel, oh, don't touch the stove, it's hot. The child touches the stove because the force from the heat, now he knows I'm not going to touch that stove anymore. So even if we reduce it down to the, smallest thing, the force from heat, you feel it once, that burnt, I'm not going to touch that stove again. The child acts up, they get popped, I'm not going to act up again. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that hitting kids is a right thing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that force itself, I'm giving a description of force. Force itself puts consequences on people that therefore they're less likely to do the things that we say is bad. The more likely to do the things that we say is good, because then we reward them for the good consequences. For the good actions.
Laws by force don't last as long as societies whose laws are given legitimacy by the benefit to all parties. I think that Destiny, you have kids, weigh in.
Hopefully only one.
Okay. Well, Taylor, if that's all you have, man, I appreciate the questions, man. I really do. I guess I'll bring up someone else if they sent in any cash. If not, we got Kevin back here. So we got Kevin and TJ.
Just a heads up, I think after this one I have to take off too. So
okay, yeah, I appreciate you for staying in, Destiny. Kevin and TJ, I don't see any super chats from you guys, so unfortunately, man, you can't come in unless you send in a $50 super chat because you're not a member. And you can thank Destiny for this too.
Yeah, thanks, Destiny. Destiny, when are you gonna play something that's not Final Fantasy?
Ask your mom, got him.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, Destiny, I don't think we have any more people coming up. I'll get to the super chats myself,
Sure.
but I do appreciate you for moderating the debate. And would you like to moderate another debate? And we can do another 2 against 1.
Sure. I mean, if you just message me and I can generally do it. Yeah. I guess I guess as a final question, kind of riffing off what the last caller said, if you had a society and in one society you have on average slightly more powerful men, and then in the other society you have slightly less powerful men, but in the second society with the slightly less powerful men, you are all more like socially developed. So you have like a society with higher levels of technology and everything else, and more rights doled out to your women so that they can get educated and participate in your economy. Like, which society is going to be a more powerful, like literally can project more force society? The one with the stronger men, or the one with the stronger institutions and social structures?
I think that the one with that has, not that just has, but the society that knows their duties and they actually adhere to their duties. So if it's a society where women are in the workforce and stuff like that, but they don't actually adhere to, like, they're in certain jobs, but they take up all the jobs where it's they're not in science, technology, engineering, or math. They're not in STEM. They're just doing secretary work. There's some nurses and stuff like that, but they're not really building and maintaining the infrastructure or the military. I think that society versus a society where there's women that know their role, like they're in certain roles as far as, one, they're not aborting their children, right? They know their role. They're going to have children. So therefore, they're having more children, where then it's a higher probability that there's going to be higher IQ people within the society to invent new things. if they're having more children, it's a higher probability that it would be more people in the military. So I would actually say that the society, I know I'm kind of switching it because you tried to put me in a hole there. I would say that the society that adheres to a patriarchy and a society that where women have obligations and duties for societies. And when I'm saying that obligations and duties, particularly in areas where it's nurturing, giving birth, and also being a helpmate to the male. Nurses is fine. Secretary work is fine. And even in certain supportive roles in the military, like if you want to get some women to come around and be the cleanup crew, not in a war, but like if people are in training, they want to come around and be the cleanup crew for the men in military and training, totally fine. I think that'll help too. So I do think to truly, I'm sorry, 30 seconds, to truly answer your question, I am not one of those people that is like, women are useless. No, I think that men and women are better together. And I think that a society where men and women are working together, but it's gender role specific, and it's the roles that adheres to the biological propensities to give us advantages, I think that that's a good thing. Because if women are appealing to things that is not a biological propensity to give us advantages, where they really don't want to have any children and stuff like that, then we're not going to do better than the countries that are.
Sure. So I guess I understand the theory of what you're saying, but then I guess my question is this: why does all of history and all the features of the world today disagree with you? The most successful societies are the ones where women are bearing the least amount of children. The most powerful societies are the ones where women are working in science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Like everything that you just said was an important virtue. These are all features of the lowest of societies, and it seems the ones that are working contrary to your idealized virtues are all outperforming the other ones. So how does that work? How do you factor that in?
Yeah, you know why? Because what you're so basically certain societies that. Put it like this: in the West right now, we're in a population crisis, and we actually have to allow immigrants in because women don't want to have children; they want to abort their children. So I see what you're saying, but it's putting it in a box basically, because if there's a nation and women are involved too, but they're adhering to their duties that
Name one
derives
example
from
like this. What's one example country like this that you think is performing well, though? Because every successful country has trended more towards egalitarian rule. All of them.
Got you. So I'll answer the question. The only reason why they're trending towards more of an egalitarian role is because the country has already been built, right? So these ideas of socialism and feminism and things like this, these isms that's rooted into egalitarianism, they only now came about within the last, few hundred years, is because these countries have already been built.
Sure. Let's say that I grant every single thing you're saying. Who's stronger, a 10-year-old male or a 20-year-old male?
A 20-year-old male.
Okay, but the 20-year-old male was built theoretically by the 10-year-old, right? Why can't we just see egalitarian societies as the next stage of evolution of a
evolving
society? Yes.
So what I'm saying is, when I answered how I answered your first question, it actually we would be agreeing to a degree, but not for feminism. So here's my standpoint. If there's a nation that women are involved and they have these roles and duties in society, and these roles and duties is appealing to their biological propensities that can give the society advantages, then that's a good thing and we would see good outcomes. Currently in the West, women aren't adhering to their biological propensities that can give the country an advantage because we are below replacement level for our population. We need to have more babies. It's supposed to be 2.7 babies per woman, but it's currently only at 1.6 babies per woman. So we need immigrants in here.
Let's say organize all the countries on the planet by birth rate. Then are you saying that
the
countries with the highest birth rates are better than the countries with the lower?
No,
birth rate?
you're just using one metric of birth rate. No, listen, Destiny. Let's just say if we just bring it back to World War One, why were we able to win World War One and women weren't liberated like they were now?
We mobilized a higher section of our society because we were more egalitarian than the other societies. That was part of it. We weren't fighting on some level of racial superiority. We weren't necessarily as discriminatory against women
The Germans,
as the Ottomans were.
The Germans had women working too.
I mean, there are other things.
A lot of the
The
allies.
French had women working too.
There are other things that factor into whether a country is successful. But what was better? The United States was more powerful. The United States in the 1900s, the early 1900s, or the United States now?
So once again, you're just moving the goalposts. Let's stick with exactly. Let's stick with exactly what you said.
In the 1920s compared to the rest of the world, or in the 2020s compared to the rest of the world.
Okay, let's stick with just what you said, because now you're asking a question on top of that. So let's stick with what you said. Your argument, I'm just going to repeat it back so I'm not straw manning it, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. So your argument is very simple. Which societies would do better? A society where it's, just patriarchal, it's men in positions of power, it's men in the military, they're not really utilizing women, rarely at all. They're not really it's not egalitarian.
Wait, there's more to society than just the military. Why do you keep saying just the military? There's more to society.
I didn't say just the military. I said men in positions of power, like to legislate laws and stuff like that. And also, there's more to legislate in laws, but this doctors and lawyers and all of this come out from what laws is being legislated and the collection of men that's enforcing these laws. So I know it's more to it. But what I'm saying is, do I have your argument right, though? So you're comparing one society where it's basically male dominated, it's really not egalitarian. Then another society, you're saying that it's egalitarian, and I'm saying that, well, it's not truly egalitarian because egalitarian means equal opportunity. So why is it the case that women before they had the right to be in the workforce, before they had the right to vote, they still was in nursing, they still was in secretary jobs, they still did daycares, but we really don't see a big difference right now. Women are still currently choosing to go into the same roles in society as they did in the 1920s.
There are way more women that are lawyers today, that are doctors today.
There's more, but the majority of women. But Destiny, it's true.
The difference might be a 90-10 split versus a 40-60 split. A society that can utilize its resources better. If a woman is smart enough to be an engineer, let her be an engineer. If you want to arbitrarily lock or restrict some people based on their gender to certain types of jobs, I mean, the next question, obviously, is, well, maybe we should lock it to a certain type of race, or maybe we should lock it to a certain type of IQ. You can arbitrarily restrict societies all day long on that.
No, that's not the logical entailment. I told you what. I'll tell you. You're straw manning. You straw man my argument, Destiny.
For everything you brought up earlier, if you wanted to say that the enforcers in society, the inventors in society are men, I could very easily say, well, who invented the gun? It's probably a white man. Who enforces laws? Probably majority white men, right? Why can't I just go to the racial construct there and say, well, let's exclude every non-white person and build an even better society? And then from there, you can say, what about only tall men? Or what about men who only fit a certain health profile?
So I'll tell you what you're doing. You're conflating race and gender. So race and gender, I do these arguments a lot. You can't conflate those two because there's a different capacity. So white males and black males or Asian males in general have the same capacity, right? It'll be the same capacity of force. When you're looking at race, when you're looking at gender, that's a male versus a female. It's not the same capacity of force. So my position is very, very, very simple, right? The argument that you're making is that, well, we need an egalitarian society, and the most egalitarian society, when things are equal opportunity for men and women, they produce the best results. Well, we don't even see that now. We don't see 50-50 women in the military, 50-50 women in legislators, 50-50 women doctors, 50-50 women. But yeah, I can still. So look, you're reducing it down to the extreme for where it's just men and then it's women and men. I've reduced it down to where even if it's extremely all equal, it wouldn't be better than the society where it's women in roles that appeal to their biological propensities that give the nation advantages. And what I said is roles like, one, having babies because we need to keep the population going. Roles like being nurses, being caregivers, things like that. If women are adhering to those type of roles, societies which would thrive better than the society where it's 50-50 equal split.
I understand your point. I feel like
so we both made the same argument then.
I don't think so. But listen,
you just made your argument quicker. I made my argument slower because you talk faster. But fair enough, Destiny.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Have a good one, brother.
Destiny, I'm a huge fan.
All right, everybody be careful.
All right. So I would just like to say,
you spent the $50. Let me see. Which one are you? Oh, you Kevin.
yes,
Oh, Kevin. No, you're a member actually. Are you I am Kev?
yes.
Oh, okay, sure. Go ahead and ask your question, man, and say anything you want to say too.
Okay, for sure. So I joined as a member because I think overall a lot of the things that you say have a lot of validity to them. Even watching the debate with Tilly is very well educated, but I don't think she understands the concepts down truly. I just think that there's a few of the things that you could say that would strengthen the argument a little bit. So like
Let's hear it.
So like for example, the thing about the patriarchy, the fact that it's not all, it doesn't mean that it's all men, majority men.
How doesn't it mean that it's majority men for enforcement?
So because as I'm pretty sure you're a Red Pill channel, correct?
What's your definition of red pill?
I guess it's changed a lot recently. I was more into some of the classical stuff, but I guess if it's like self-improvement, talking about the men and women kind of divide and how society should be, talking about the philosophy behind being a man and that kind of thing.
Man, that was very ambiguous and didn't sound like anything of red pill. But okay,
yes, yeah, because
fair
I mean
enough.
it's changed
Make
quite
your
a lot.
argument.
There's been a lot of
It's
different
fine.
ways. The point that I'm making is
argument.
that you're probably familiar with the fact that a lot of men, even today, probably don't fit the standards of what we're biologically propelled to do. Like some men are very soft and wouldn't be able to excel in the same positions as we used to back in the day. I'd make the same argument for women, and that I think generally you're correct in the sense that like women have a natural propensity towards taking care of people, whether that be as children or whether that be as adults, with like nursing and that kind of thing. But I think we limit ourselves if we don't also include the fact that like some women are probably stronger, some women are more capable than some of the lower end of males, right? Some men that are mentally more weak, have tons of mental health issues, that kind of thing, a strong-willed woman. And I think that lends to Destiny's point in the sense of,
are you comparing a able-bodied woman with a man that's disabled?
Not physically. I mean, like.
Oh, okay. So then, what are you? Get to the specifics of what you're comparing.
So, for example, if there's a 6-foot woman who is a bodybuilder, and even though let's not even do that. Let's say military. She's trained with weapons.
Yeah.
She works out pretty daily. There's like the average man nowadays. You can't say the same about, right?
Compared to the average man. Yeah,
correct.
Yes, average man. I think he's overweight, and he can't even run. He can't even do a lot of 20 pull-ups or something like the average man, I guess, if we reduce it down to that. But sure, go ahead, make your point.
Yeah, exactly. So if I think that's the point that Destiny was making, is more so if we are more egalitarian, right? Because the 50-50 split is never going to exist. There's always going to be a majority. And that's where I agree with you, I guess, sort of. I think in the way of how you mean, like patriarchal societies are necessary, where it's a majority of men behind the force. But I think it would just be stronger in terms of your argument if you do include the fact, like when Tilly brought up the police woman officer, like in that situation, yeah, women can be behind the force as well. I don't think that we can limit it to just men.
Yeah, it's a bad argument. It's a bad argument. That argument is like saying like, oh, if I'm on a cliff and I'm hanging, and it's only a woman around, and since it's not a man, am I just not going to choose the woman? No, you're going to choose the man. So when she made the scenario, well, if you're in a house and an intruder breaks in and it's a woman with a gun that men created, but then there's the next door neighbor without a gun, but that's really strong, who are you going to choose? It's the same thing. I would choose the person with the gun at that time, right? The thing is, if we had the choice to choose, like once again, if a man had the choice to choose a man with a gun versus a woman with a gun, he would choose the man with the gun. That's the thing. Or if the person had to choose, nobody has a gun, who do you want to defend you, a man or a woman? I would say a man. And I would actually say a shorter man. I would choose the man that's 5'4" to defend me rather than a woman that's 6'2". I would also choose the man that's 5'4", he weighs $150. The woman that's 6'2", she weighs $180. The reason why I would choose the man is because from a biological standpoint, men have stronger bone density. Men have a more propensity to act out violent. So, and men are more aggressive. So I would choose the man because generally speaking, that man would still be more capable than the 6'2" woman that weighs more than him. So you get what I'm saying? It comes down to biology that you can't really refute.
I think the last scenario that you painted, where she's 40 pounds heavier and several inches taller. I've done wrestling, I've done different combat sports, and I've seen that there are women that they can definitely manhandle somebody who's significantly smaller in that sense. If we put it in the averages, I would still probably say that a taller, heavier woman is going to be stronger on average than the general male. That might be 5'4" and 150. But then also, there was this other thing that I wanted to mention. I more so when it comes to some of the arguments you made. I think a lot of them are strong. I just think that in the way that you are mentioning them, they could be even stronger. So,
well, tell me how. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, for example, when we talk about the objective morality, she was mentioning that, what if two people have two different interpretations of what God means? Well, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how we interpret it. If we believe in God, God is the objective, because, as you said, the consequence. And I think mentioning that it doesn't matter, and that what the interpretation is, God would be the objective moral authority.
So once again, I'm very specific on the things that I said. I didn't just say God. I say that my morality is grounded in Christian ethics, right? I don't believe in the Muslim God. I don't believe in the Hindu God. I don't believe that those gods are real. That's what I don't believe in. And I can prove that God is real, but I didn't have to prove it for this debate. I can prove that God is real.
Sure.
But that's something that I don't have to prove. And the reason why I didn't have to prove it is because when I asked her, well, what's her grounding for objective morality? She chose three things: logic, reason, and then she chose agency, where all of these, I demonstrated. I asked her a question. Well, if someone utilizes logic and reason to do harm to someone, that wouldn't be right. But you use logic and reason to get an abortion. Oh, that is right. So therefore, I don't think it's right, but you think it's right. So it's all subjective. So it reduces down to subjective morality. And then she also utilized agency. Well, she put certain things within agency. Well, what if people don't think that that is what agency is? Because it's mind dependent, it's not mind independent.
Absolutely. And that's the thing, right? Is that we have a lot of people, I've heard the argument that because humans are free thinking and we have all of this ability to think for ourselves, that's what gives us agency. I think she really misses the mark on that, because we take agency away from people depending on the situation. Children, for example, we don't give them agency because they might make decisions that are going to harm themselves or others. It's the same thing with prisoners, right? If you commit a crime, you're going to lose your agency and that kind of thing.
You're going to lose agency, yeah.
Yeah, and when I think you did really well in terms of trying to nail her down to stating what objective morality is, because it just doesn't exist. Exactly. Agency, in Muslim countries and in the East, they don't believe that a woman has agency, and so they're not going to treat it in the same way, and that's going to directly contradict with what she thinks in terms of where that morality and what rights are.
It depends on your definition of agency, because they do give, I'm not a Muslim at all, but they do state that women do have agency. It's just not as much agency as other religions maybe would have, but it depends on what the definition of agency you mean. But real quick, man, good questions. I'll leave you with one more question, and then always reason. What currency did you send the money in? What currency was that?
Those are Danish crowns.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I think you sent in enough, and it totaled $50 American. So I got you. I checked it out.
More like 80, but you're good.
Yeah, it was a
So
little
yeah,
bit more
so
actually.
for my last question,
Last question, sure, go ahead.
so okay, so I do think that you are correct with him talking about the force doctrine. I think the only issue is that you think, well, from what it appeared at least, that when it comes down to might, just because men are typically more physically capable, that it means that they would have to be the ones that are behind the force nowadays. And I think that that's not necessarily true when it comes
Okay,
down to it.
demonstrate how.
So, for when I was talking about earlier, I mean, if we see how men are currently with how they engage themselves in relationships and that kind of thing, I don't think that power necessarily comes from those that are stronger, because I think strength is demonstrated by a variety of things. And you did touch upon this when you talked about Jeff Bezos. He has strength because he has financial power, and that is real power. But I think when it comes down to it, women can also have power. And I think influence is the real currency of power rather than strength itself, because that's how you curry the strength to actually
Yeah, so influence is not stronger than force, because influence has to rely on force, but force does not have to rely on influence. I cannot be influenced, but I can still enforce something.
well,
You
that's
see?
not necessarily true, right? Because if say that you as strength, you have one, you're a man physically capable, you have a gun, but if I'm able to corral 5 other people who also have strength, we're going to be able to overpower you, and that would give me more strength at the end of the day.
Yeah, so what you're speaking about is utilizing influence to then gain more force.
Correct.
That's what you're saying. So
Yes.
but that doesn't negate force. I'll explain.
For sure.
So if it's the case that you have the ability to mobilize people by influencing them to enforce it, at any time, influence is not. Have you ever been influenced by something and you changed your mind?
Absolutely.
Okay. So therefore, influence, yeah, it can. And I even said this in my argument with Tilly. Influence can definitely, you can influence some people, but you're only influencing men. That's the distinction. So with force doctrine, the group that you're going to influence is going to be men to enforce the rights. You don't really care about influencing women to enforce the rights because they can't. You see the difference? So yes, it is the case that you can influence a group of people to enforce certain rights and to protect you, but those group of people won't be majority women.
Okay. Well, okay. So I overall do agree with that.
Yeah.
I just think that, yeah, when it comes down to it, it is still influence, because like you were saying earlier that like the people who write pieces of paper, they're not going to be the ones that actually have the power, because they rely on those who have the force. But
Well, you know what? It's not truly influence, because what if you can't influence people? So like you can try to influence people, but what if someone's free will? Because I think that human beings are free agents, right? What if their will is strong enough to not be influenced? Like there's many times things try to influence you. Maybe a pretty lady that you know that she wasn't good. You ain't let her influence you. Maybe a used car salesman wanted to sell you a car. The influence was attempted, but it just didn't happen, right? So it's incumbent upon if the person can be influenced, but even after they're influenced, well, you don't have any force to keep them influenced.
well, I think that force is a tool of influence itself, but you need more than just force in order to properly influence others. And I think that kind of
Force
just
can
leads into the
influence
force
people.
doctrine. And that's where it comes down, right? Is that like, because if we can have a Mike Tyson, if we have a bunch of people who are strong but are unable to be influenced, we're still in chaos. Influence at the end of the day is at the top in terms of actually being able to hold society together. And I think that's where your argument kind of lacks.
Your argument, no, well, you're moving the goalpost then, right? So is your argument then the true power is an influence? That's your argument.
Correct.
Right? If power is an influence, it doesn't negate my argument, because once again, my force doctrine is very simple. Force doctrine is not, it doesn't matter about the influence, because it's about the difference of men and women. Well, men have the monopoly on force. Men are the only ones that can enforce their own rights and enforce other people's rights. But women can't collectively enforce their rights, because men can come and take those rights, and they can't enforce men's rights. You get what I'm saying? It
I do.
doesn't really matter who has the ability to influence. I do believe that influence is a powerful force, but I think that force itself, right, does not influence does not negate force, because you would have to still, it's incumbent upon the person being influenced. And then not only that, you would have to keep them influenced. But we know that there's many things that you were influenced by when you were young, but you rebelled against that. You took a different path. That influence didn't work, right? You see what I'm saying?
For sure.
So
Yeah,
influence
absolutely.
can't force anything. Only force can do it.
But can you still say that men have the monopoly on force when we have equalizers like weaponry that no longer mean that you have to be the
Yeah,
strongest
man.
person in the room?
Yeah, women, generally speaking, women cannot operate a gun as good as a man can operate a gun. Now, I would say
Generally,
this.
but if you train them, they have the same
Even
capacity
if-
to be as good.
No, because there's certain guns. I don't know. I've shot many guns. There's certain guns that they're big, they're heavy. It's a lot of recoil when you shoot it. Like, think about it if you're shooting a Desert Eagle. Think about it, if a woman is shooting a Desert Eagle, the recoil from that Desert Eagle, she's gonna take a lot of time to then gather herself to then shoot another shot. Right?
But it doesn't have to be a Desert Eagle, right?
But what I'm saying is there's many guns that require force, a good enough force to handle the recoil, to also not only that, if we're speaking about military, there's a lot of equipment that men have to hold, a lot of weapons and ammunition that men have to be strong enough to hold and carry for miles and hours and for days and weeks. And if we're looking at the men and women, if we're comparing the two, men are going to truly outcompete women when it comes. It's never going to be equal, bro. It's never going to be equal. They're going to fully outcompete
it just
them.
does get a lot closer when it comes down to it. I mean,
Well, yeah, we can say that it gets. We can say, listen, man. I'll even say this: if we look at a country and there's let's just say there's 500 women with guns, 500 men with guns. Some of those women will kill some men. We can say that they're going to kill some men because shots are flying, right? Who's going to win the war?
That again, it comes
Once
down.
again, the men are going to win the war, bro.
But it truly depends.
Just because you
if you
killed
have,
off a few.
If you have 500 poorly trained men versus 500 well-trained women, you know, like that's what it comes down to, and it really could go. Even if they're both well-trained, it can go either way, because at the end of the day, when it comes to shooting guns and carrying them around, I mean, you don't need to have a Desert Eagle to do a substantial amount of damage.
That was just an example. The Desert Eagle.
For sure.
Yeah, that was
I'm
an
just
example.
saying, that's where it
But
equalizes.
Kevin, I do want to give time to Always Reason, because he sent in some cash too, and we've been having a back and forth, man.
Absolutely.
But listen, man, to you and anyone else that's watching from Destiny's channel and stuff like that, I do open panel debate nights. I do them about 2 to 3 times a week, and you don't have to pay to come on up. You could just pay. I did it for this one because it's a one-on-one debate. So feel free to come on up and join open panel debate. Now you can debate me or people that share my worldview or even different worldviews, man. It's pretty cool. So shout out to you, Kev.
Look forward to it. Appreciate
Have a
you
good
having
one,
me
man.
on.
Peace. Okay, cool. Always Reason. Go ahead, man. The floor is actually. I gotta take a quick bathroom break. Always Reason. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back in a second. All right, we are back. Chat, thank you for everyone that is supporting the channel right now. Get the likes up, and the floor is yours. Always Reason. What questions you got for me, man?
Yeah, hi. Full disclosure, I listen to Destiny very often.
Okay,
I'm not
cool.
a fan,
No
but I
worries.
like him because I think he's intellectually curious and he approaches things in a very cool way. And no matter what you hear from him, you will not hear some bullshit that's motivated reasoning. Now, today, while I listened to the debate,
Well, that would be subjective, man.
Yeah, this is my totally subjective my position.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
This is just to set off where I'm at, right? So the debate, I think, started in a direction that could have gone well, but didn't, because you have motivated reasoning. Okay. So the lady, I don't remember the name, she came in and said something. She gave a definition of why her thing is an objective definition of rights. And the definition was, in short,
Well,
minimal.
it was morality that she was saying that it's objective morality, not rights themselves.
Sure, the rights are kind of morality is upstream from rights, which are defined as a societal thing that you have in order to have society to work. That's her point. Her whole point was you have some minimal set of stuff that you need in order for society to work. Now, this is a very simple step towards kind of deconstructing what she's saying. For instance, asking the question, okay, but why is it so that everybody has to have agency in this thing, right? She mentioned agency. The very logical question is to ask, okay, so why do you think that agency needs to happen? But you didn't. You inserted men into this thing again and again and again, okay? So question comes about guns. It's not a very interesting question, but the thing is, the entire debate could have gone in the direction of, okay, why do you think that women need to have agency? Why do you think that children need to have agency? Why do you think that everybody needs to? Why not just a king and his executioner? You could literally have Attila the Hun fit into her definition, and it would work fine. So her definition really is objective. It's just kind of meaningless because you can put almost anything into it. It just depends on how broad you have the agency, right?
Yeah. So let me explain to you how it's not objective, right? Now, if I think maybe you and her, maybe even Destiny, doesn't understand what objective means when we're speaking about these, these concepts. Objective is mind independent. Subjective is mind dependent. If you are utilizing logic and reason, that's going to be mind dependent, right? If you are utilizing things like agent.
I'm not utilizing mind and logic.
Okay, agency.
She mentioned it, and I agree with you. She mentioned it.
But even agency, the agency actually worked worse for her than logic and reason, because even if she's speaking about agency, she's making these definitions of what she thinks give people agency. So it's subjective. When I asked her the question, well, is it good for you to abort a baby if you had a bad relationship with the guy and you just felt like you didn't want to have the kid? She said yes. I would say that
question. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking
about. But listen, what I'm saying is the agency itself is a subjective metric under her claim. It's subjective because she can't map it onto anything that isn't dependent on the mind. Agency would depend on the mind, man.
I'll map it very easily, okay?
Okay. So, if you can map it on something that's not a mind, please let me know where agency is and point to it.
Yeah. So we have, in the United States, you guys have constitutional democracy, right? Many people have some kind of agency in the voting system to choose their elected representatives, okay? That's some kind of agency.
Someone gave them that right for them to have that thing. So men enforced a right, which then you said gave them some choice, which would be agency. But if men didn't give them that right, then they wouldn't have agency. So, which is why I said that
Why do you
under,
put men in
listen,
there? This is the
because men
motivator.
can enforce it, man. Women themselves can't
derailing
enforce it. You
again,
have, but it's
like you're
not a
derailing
derail.
women.
It's not a derail. It's getting specific. You said things like you need a minimum of stuff to make a society. That is untrue. To make a society, definitionally, if we're to make a society,
you need a
you
minimum
need
of
people.
stuff, right?
No, listen,
To make anything at all in the world, you need to make an orange. You need a minimum of an orange, right? To make a society, you need 2 people, at least, and some kind of an agreement between them. Like, I'll be your slave and you'll be my master. That's society, right?
What you don't need a minimum of is what I'm saying is of the stuff in the society.
We have a word called society. It means more than just one dude, right?
Got it. But within this minimum, within the minimum that you say that you need, this doesn't create a society though. Societies are only created with order. Now, one, it's people. So you do need, if you're speaking about a society, there's an aggregate of people, and it's also composed of an ordered community. That's what creates a society. So that would be the minimum. That is, if you look at it definitionally, that's what creates a society is a community of people that's ordered in an ordered way.
What order means here? Okay, it's just 10 guys in a room. Okay, that's a sort of a community in itself. Okay, they already form some sort. Immediately, it emerges. Some guys are going to be bullies. Other guys are going to be following.
Because guys respect the hierarchy. Men actually respect order. Men actually respect order. We respect the hierarchy.
Women will follow the popular guys. That's hierarchy as well. All these, some women will be a little bit crazy. Some won't be. Like
women are the ones that's really pushing for feminism, man.
Okay, but
it's more women than men.
I start telling you about stuff that's objective. You shift it to gender. Okay, this is the problem. She was talking some nonsense. Well, she was talking some stuff that is objective, but its base, it doesn't matter because.
But what stuff was objective about morality?
Well, she's saying.
I'm still looking for it.
Yeah, but she's saying that in order to have a society, you need to have some certain number of parameters met. Okay, and these parameters can be safety, production, food. Some agreements, we won't kill each other, this, that. Okay? At which level, you could have asked that question, but you stopped her, okay? You just stop, and instead of asking, okay, tell me why, instead of asking her, tell me why why everybody needs to have agency. Why can it not be a king and his executioner, and we're done? We have a society. You can have that. We had those societies. They existed for hundreds of years. Some of them existed for more than that. We have examples of very, very functional societies that have had slaves forever. Okay, you could have gone in that direction, but you derail that and go into men. There is no reason to say
it is when you're speaking about the patriarchy, man. The debate is the patriarchy. Okay, so here's real quick, I'll let you speak. Listen to me, because your mind is tangential. The reason, the thing is, I want you and the audience to hear this too. It's tangential. The arguments go here, it goes there, it goes all over the place. Mine is very linear. So the reason why I was able to stay on point and refute all of her arguments, I chose as a tactic not to go down certain rabbit holes. I know I could have said certain things, but it didn't need to be said, because if we're speaking about is the patriarchy necessary and good for society, the patriarchy is not composed of women. It is composed of men. And what is a society? A society is composed as an aggregate of men and women with order. Who can bring out that order? It would be majority of males. So it still goes point anywhere. Google it, if you may. Has there ever been a society composed of majority women that enforce rights? So majority of women in the military? The answer is no.
In China, you have societies where you have matriarchy, where the woman owns houses and stuff.
That's
This is-
different. So
this is
listen.
like-
So listen. No. Once again, you're going to patriarchy.
Let me answer the question. You can continue right away. May I?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Second, like this thing about men being the guys who are enforcing the stuff, the ones who are able to use the guns and all this stuff. All the people who are using the guns are usually on the lowest ranks of the society, right? The guys who are the best at fighting, we listen to them the least. So, and also there's a robot in Ukraine that has held a piece of real estate for 45 days, like just recently. Google it. Just a robot. And those robots are mostly made by women because that's not who's fighting, right? The guys are being sent into the trenches to fight, and the women are creating the drones and the robots. So putting men into this is making your argument.
Women aren't creating the robots over there. They're on an assembly line, participating and helping out with what men already created, man. Also, when you're speaking about a society, man, it's just very, very simple to understand. The reason why I keep pointing out the distinction of men and women, because that's what we're speaking about. A patriarchy isn't composed of majority of women. It's composed of majority of men, but not even in leadership positions. Because remember, she asked the question. She said, well, what if there's a woman president, there's women in all of these powerful positions? These women still have to appeal to these men to enforce their rights. They're not appealing to women. So these things that we write on a piece of paper, these laws, they're not appealing to women to enforce it. They're appealing to men. Everything else, if I don't keep bringing it back to it, it's moving the goalposts away from the conversation. It was a tactic and a strategy that I came up with, and I could have did like other debaters do, where they argue the outcomes of all of these things. I could have did that, and that, cool. And I was actually going to go there, but she kept having so many issues with the stuff. We kind of just stuck on, is the patriarchy bad or good, right? We didn't even get to the outcomes, but I was prepared to argue it all anyway. But listen, man, is there any I see here you're coming in, you're giving me a critique like, man, you could have did it better. And once again, it's no fugazi here. I don't care if you're a follower of Destiny or a follower of anyone. I do like critiques, so I'm all for it. But do you have any questions before I let you go?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
So the question would be, why does it have to be okay? So why do you think that a society where women right now are out learning us in universities, they're just better at learning stuff because they're better at sitting in schools. They're becoming better engineers.
Schools was kind of made for women.
Yeah. And all this stuff is happening right now. I have kids. You were talking about kids. If I try to discipline my son by force instead of by respect and by example, he would just stop listening to me, because the society as it is around me it's just moved away from this physical thing into a bigger understanding of things. Why do we have to pull it down to men and women and patriarchy? Why are we doing this?
Good question.
Investigating. We have robotocracy soon, right?
Yeah.
And there's like 500 men are going to be nothing compared to one robot soon. So this isn't like these. Why of what value is this patriarchy thing?
I'll answer it. I'll answer the last part you said first. There's robots being created. Who's creating those robots? Men. Are there some women that's doing it? There are some women that's doing it. So if the men are creating the robots, the men also have the capacity and the ability to disarm the robots, deprogram them, reprogram them. So the robots have no, real quick, so the robots, because we allow them to, is because we allow them to. If we don't allow them to, they can't do it. So once again, women, you say, yes, so do women. Yeah, they do, because men allow them to work in these robot companies that's creating robots. It's very simple to your first question, though, right? You say, well, why do you always go back? Actually, repeat it a little bit because I want to make sure I have it right. Basically, essentially, you said, why do I appeal to the patriarchy? Repeat that part for me.
I would.
I've been debating for 4 hours. Go ahead.
I would repeat it, but it's difficult for me to repeat it because my question really relates to, I have a female boss, okay? I did not give her permission to do anything. No man gave her permission to anything. She's just really good, okay? She's fucking good. That's why she's where she's at, okay? She's good at processes. She's good at people. She's good at putting me a little bit down when I start yelling at people.
Yeah, I know. Women are good at certain things. I know that. Okay. Well, what's your point?
If I ask you a structural question with some curiosity, you're gonna tell me that we let him. But we didn't let them. We fucking need them at these places, dude. Like I would have.
Okay, so let and need. These are two different words, two different meanings. Okay, these are two different words, two different meanings. We don't actually need women in certain positions. We let them in certain positions. A need is like, life or death. A need would come through where it's like, well, all right, so do you need to live? Yeah, you need to live. Do you need to drink water? You need to drink water. Do you need to eat? Yeah, those are needs, right? But do you need the right to vote? Not necessarily. Do you need the right to go to all of these other countries? You don't need to do that. You want to do that. So therefore, women wanted to do things, so we allowed them to do certain things. But if we said, without us allowing it, real quick, without us allowing them in these certain positions, it wouldn't get done. I'm not one of these guys that's like, women are stupid. They serve no purpose in society. That's not my stance at all. I believe that women do serve a great purpose in society, a great purpose, and men serve their purpose too. The men's purpose, once again, put it like this. To answer the first question, because I do remember it, because I don't want to get off topic, right? What's the purpose? Basically, you're asking me for all of this. What's the purpose of you talking about forced doctrine and appealing to the patriarchy and things like that? All I'm doing is pointing out a reality to things. So I'm giving a descriptor reality. Yeah, we currently do live in a society where things tend to be pretty good, right? We're safe. Like, if you think about it, this time right now, we're the safest and comfortablest and healthiest we've ever been in probably all of human history. In all of human history, currently right now, right? And we can say that, women have certain rights and stuff like that. Okay, that is fine. But I'm pointing, how did we get here? We don't want to destroy the systems that got us here. This is why I point out patriarchal systems, right? Because we don't want to destroy it. We don't want to dismantle that. If we don't want to do that, man. This is how we got here. You can't have a society without order. Men are the ones. There's no evolving from it. I'll tell you how, right? So if look up all the things that men created, right? Solar flares happened. There's been 2 solar flares. Actually, there's been like 3 solar flares this year. And solar flares basically act as an EMP. They shut down all electrical grids and things like that, right? So say if we... Happening? No, that actually happened many times. And the biggest one, I'll tell you, it happened in 1989 in Quebec, in Canada. It shut down all of the electrical grids for 9 hours, all the way from Quebec, Canada to New Jersey. And I mean things like even the gas station pumps didn't work. Generators didn't work. Electrical grids didn't work. So people didn't have any power and things like that. If you had a battery, you'll be fine. The electrical cars themselves, if you had an electrical car with a big enough solar flare, it would shut that down. So natural events, these are things that happen, but what I'm saying is natural events can take us back to a stone age. Take us back to a stone age to shut down all these modern day conveniences that we have. And then how we're going to build it back up if without a patriarchy? We would actually know that, well, we need a patriarchy. We need men to go head out. Think about this. Quebec, real quick. I want
to bomb back to Stone Ages.
Listen, I want to make this argument real quick because it's actually very funny. If you look at Quebec, right, and when that solar flare happened in 1989, it shut down all of the electric grids and the generators for 9 hours. If it was women in those positions, it would have been shut down for 9 years. The reason why it was shut down for only 9 hours with men in those positions, because men have the physical capacity to climb up those long poles, those high skyscraper poles to fix things. Climbing backwards takes physical strength to do all of these things. You can't operate a vehicle to have like ladders aren't even high enough to go as high as some of these poles are. They operate certain vehicles within like an escalator thing that brings it up. But the vehicle and escalator thing doesn't work. So you need a person that's physically strong enough to climb up these poles. Women can't barely even do any sit-ups. Not even sit-ups, pull-ups. Generally speaking, men would have the capacity to do more pull-ups, pulling yourself up on this pole. So we need to have a clear understanding that, the patriarchy is necessary, is not going anywhere, and any major,
without patriarchy. We don't need patriarchy for men to climb poles. We can have total matriarchy.
So women gonna climb the poles?
Slaves.
So but it would take.
The example doesn't work.
No. My argument was this. This is my argument. It would take women 9 years to get the generators and fix the electrical grids, where it only took men 9 hours. So they can do it.
Sure.
They can't do it as good as men. Sure. Women can shoot a gun, women can run, women can fight. They can't do it as good as men.
But that's not an argument for patriarchy.
No, that is.
Right? It's just men are better at physical stuff. So menial labor, like the blue collar stuff, they're better at that. That's just how it is. You don't need a patriarchy for that.
You can't have a society without order. And since you can't have a society without order, you need to appeal to men to create order, because women themselves can't create order because men aren't going to listen. They'll rebel.
Okay, but climbing on poles is not going to help us with that, right? Like that we're better at climbing at poles doesn't make us better at creating order.
That was a hype. That wasn't even a hypothetical. Well, that part was the hypothetical, because I was comparing men in those electrician positions, and they were able to fix the generators and the electrical grids in just 9 hours. But if it was women, the hypothetical, if it was women, it would have took them a long time. 9 years is a stretch. 9 years is a stretch. Maybe 9 months. But listen, man, good questions. Thanks for the chat.
I would like to see a better debate.
Yeah,
next
we can
time,
do it.
And just stop seeing men and attack her argument.
But that is attacking the argument, man.
Actually,
we got to stick on the topic of the debate.
So to an extent, I agree, but you shouldn't, because the topic of the debate actually is automatic lose for you. Like it asks, is the patriarchy necessary and good for? And makes it, is it necessary? It's not really necessary. You can have any kind of society in a.
Then okay, so then prove to me. Okay, prove to me how you can have a society. Real quick before you go, demonstrate how you can have a society without men creating order. Are men other? So it's a society that's composed of men and women, but who's going to be the one that creates the order?
The thing about it is, when you ask, is it necessary?
It's necessary for societies.
Yeah, but the question is just, onus is now on you to disprove that any other kind of society can exist.
I just did it.
Other kind of society can exist. You can have just women, let's say a survival situation, and it's only women who survive.
Wait, what?
Okay, and they have one dude.
Listen, man. I just
women,
I just did. If I asked you a question, demonstrate to me, because societies are an aggregate of people in an ordered community. Ordered community. So the key word is ordered. Now, who's going to create that? Because if you don't create order, now it could be higher or lesser order, but if you don't create the order, then you don't have a society. My question for you, it's only male and female. Who can create order? Is it going to be majority of males or majority of females?
Okay, let's say.
Okay, I'll tell you. Let me answer it.
Mean, like,
no. Let me tell you what order is. No, let me tell you what order is. Because you're actually asking better questions than she asked. You said, "What is order? What do you mean by order?" You know what order is? Order is
so good.
If you have rules, if you have laws, how can we get these people to obey these laws, these rules, and these rights? Order. How can you get? No, listen, real quick. Let me just answer. Let me answer. How do you get them to obey these rules, laws, and rights, right? That you write down on a piece of paper to create order. We have to get people to obey to create order. If they don't obey, you have no order. You have chaos. How do you get them to obey? Well, you need to enforce the law, the rules, and the rights. Well, how do you enforce it? Women wouldn't be the majority the ones of enforcing that. It's gonna be men. It's gonna be men.
Doing menial labor. You can have a queen, right? You can have a queen that says, "Hey, men, you're strong."
She's only the queen because men allowed her to be the queen.
I love you, Queen Cleopatra. No, dude,
yeah, it's the benevolence of men.
Right? We could have elected a Hillary, God forbid, a couple of times back. Although she would have been better.
I don't know about that, man. You think Hillary would have been? Man, that's another argument. But listen, always reason.
Wait a decade. All these guys that are pro-Trump now, are like,
yeah.
Never know that.
I mean, it's because of maybe the Israel.
Easily, it can happen easily that you have a woman on top and men just enforcing stuff because we're better at menial labor.
What I'm saying is, even if that's the case, that does not negate the fact that it's a patriarchal system, because the true power lies within.
Why you shouldn't actually stick to the topic, because patriarchy necessary.
It is necessary. You can't have a society without it, man. Necessary. I just demonstrated it, man. Listen, always reason. Good conversation, man. But yo, listen, I'll tell you this before you go. Since it's your first time up, you probably found me because I was streaming on Destiny's channel. I do open debate panels all the time where maybe you just won't debate me, but you'll debate some other spirited people too. Feel free to join my debates, man. Subscribe so you're notified of when I go live, man. Might as well subscribe. You in here anyway. You sent me money. Go ahead and subscribe, man.
I'll send you so much.
All right, man. Have a good one. Peace.
Bye-bye.
All right, chat. Let me get to these super chats real quick. But yeah, man, I think that was a complete obliteration on my end. Fully obliterated the entire worldview. Shorty tried to ground morality and reason, logic, and agency, human agency. Wait, what? Would that be objective morality? No, that would be subjective morality. But anyways, man, this was easy work. Truly, truly easy work. I thought Destiny would have some better arguments, but I know he's not really a philosophical debater. And I'm not either, man. I've only been doing this for a year and a half, right? But I'm still kicking tail out here. Shorty got a Harvard degree, Cambridge University. I'm like, come on with some better arguments. It really has nothing to do with the education. Well, actually, it probably has a lot to do with the education, because then you're indoctrinated to believe that morality is objective by appealing to things that is subjective. It must be indoctrination, because it's actually, you're not using any logic. She didn't even utilize logic to make her claim that morality is objective by using logic. She didn't even use logic. Logic would actually refute her argument because it's a contradiction. But anyways, man, this debate was good. We got still some people in here, so click the like button. I'm going to go ahead and get to these super chats real quick because we had a lot of people in here, so I want to go ahead and honor those. And sorry, man, it's not going to come up on the stream because I was debating and the system that I use, they disappear. So I'm going to read everything from my phone. All right, so we got Jesse sends in $10. Ignoring a right grounded in reason is choosing irrationality. Not very alpha. It follows from reason's own structure, not the mind. And your force thing is defeated by the Lord bondsman dialectic. So, one, Jesse, you're truly wrong. So if you say that, the thing is, we wasn't really arguing my worldview. She had to demonstrate how morality was objective, right? But under my worldview, I appeal to Christian ethics. And I don't believe that reason and logic is the highest good. That's what she's saying. Morality, her argument was morality is objective, and how it's objective is because she appeals to reason, logic, and agency. I don't think that any of those logic and reason isn't the highest good. Agency, how she explained it, isn't the highest good. That isn't the highest good. I appeal to Christian ethics, so I appeal to God that is not bound by time, space, or matter, that is not bound, the God that created logic and reason. So basically, right, under Tilly's worldview, her God is logic and reason and agency. That is her God, right? Because that's what she says she appeals to gain the knowledge of what's good and what's not good. That's what she said. Our argument is, I utilize logic and reason and human agency to gain knowledge of what's good and what's not good. This is all mind dependent. So this wouldn't be objective. This wouldn't be mind independent, right? The thing that I appeal to is mind independent. Do you get that? The thing that I appeal to gave us the 10 commandments. We didn't have the 10 commandments before this in this world. Now we had certain things that, maybe some people constructed up in their mind that was maybe close to it, right? But in many nations and things, killing was good. But it's so funny how in America and all of these Western societies, since they were built on Christian ethics, they all have the same concepts in their morality. Like atheists just kind of steal from the religious folks. They kind of steal, like, oh yeah, let me steal, right? And it really just didn't work out in her favor on that one. But anyways, yeah, so you can't ground morality as objective and logic and reason. That's nonsensical. It doesn't mean that as human beings, I don't utilize logic and reason. No, you need to utilize logic and reason to make sentences. You need to use logic to make sentences. If I wasn't using logic, I can't even make coherent sentences properly. I can't make any sentences. Can't even walk in a straight line if I'm not utilizing logic. This doesn't mean that logic is God. What? It's just a stupid argument, man, and it had no grounding. We got a trade, brass, and some $5. It isn't matter of subjective versus objective. Things like rights are intersubjective. That is so dumb. We got Darian. Well, actually, no, that wasn't actually that dumb. Yeah, that's what Tilly and Destiny would agree with as well. We got Darian Murphy sends in $10. In Afghanistan, when American soldiers were there, we insisted that women go to school. When we left, 1.2 million women were forbidden from going to school. Without force, there is no rights.
No food.
I used the Afghanistan example. Bro, they were like, what? It like went in one ear and out the other. It's funny how their arguments go in one ear and out the other, where it's logical and it's sound and it's based. But my arguments is like, I mean, their arguments, I understand it perfectly fine, but my arguments, it goes in their ear and it goes out the other. It's like, they don't understand it. It's like, well, it has to be bad. It has to be bad in some way. Well, no, I'm not saying that anything currently right now is good or bad. I'm giving a descriptor claim about certain things, but then other things I said that were good. And I gave prescription claims as well. We got Sammy Shred says in $5. You shall seek to control the man, but he shall rule over you. Yeah, that's a Bible verse. We got Brian Ross says in $5. This mod is terrible. Oh, that was Destiny. I mean, it was 2 versus 1, man. He was helping her out with her arguments because she couldn't make it properly. But you know, I've seen Destiny content. He believes in the same things that she believes in too. So of course he's gonna agree with it, and people that watch him, they're gonna agree with it too. But chat, you gotta understand that you know, that's what happens when you do debates and you have other streamers, you know, collabing and stuff like that. That's totally fine. I don't give a freak if people don't fully agree with me. We got Zandal sends $2. Sorry, Tilly, but that contour and blush is hilarious. Yo, Zandal, you funny. We got Gaz sends $2. I appreciate that. We got Wicked Dreams. No matter what, at the end of the day, society comes down to and is held together by force. A right is only good as it can be enforced. How can you have any rights without the ability to defend it? That is true. We got Rachel Wilson. Shouts out to Rachel Wilson. Sends him $5. She says, Cooley, please let Destiny know he has the wrong mic selected or plugged in. Great job, dude. I appreciate you. We got Gaz again. Sends him $5. Rights are thoughts, laws are acts. Destiny, it's Gazzy Cardozo. Okay, I'm back out after a lot and would like to talk. Check G. Okay, I guess that was the Destiny. We got Goran. That's the guy that came up. He sent in $500, but it's in a different currency, so I think it's like probably like $40 American dollars. But he says her definition of rights fits perfectly well into feudal Japan. Yeah, man, we got into that argument and everything, and because I already had you up, her definition of rights is just not right, bro. You know what I'm saying? It just wasn't right. She didn't demonstrate it either. I think I did a much better job at demonstrating why rights equals force. Because everything that she appealed to kept up. If you peel the layer back, it was like a collection of men enforcing it. We got Brian Ross says in $10. She lost the debate once she said she's an atheist. After that, this was just a conversation. W. Cooley. Yeah, man. Yeah, once you say you're an atheist, everything reduces down to your preferences, man. That's what it reduces down to. Like, I was surprised. I thought that maybe we would have a longer debate about that. Maybe she would say, well, utilitarianism, harm principle, and I can have some fun with her. But Shorty said it's objective and she appeals to logic and reason and agency. I'm like, what? We got Borzy sends in $5. Why is your decision to have faith in the Bible less subjective than in like reduction of suffering, an axiom like reduction of suffering? So why is it that your decision to have faith in the Bible less subjective than an axiom like reduction of suffering? I think that was a question for her, if I'm not mistaken. Because she wouldn't have any faith in the Bible. We got Dane Snyder, says in $5. Cooley, turn off your Coomer Gremlin filter so Destiny won't be lagging and his audio will sound better. I ain't have no filter on, man. I use Restream. You can't have a filter. We got Teller. That guy already came up. I read that one. We got I Am Kev. He joined the membership. He joined the gang just so he didn't have to send in $50. He can save himself $30. And then he sent in $20 and asked me some questions. But I Am Kev. Pev, you're welcome to come back up anytime on my open debate panels, and we can do it again. We got Uncle Tiger Sneezes sends in $20. Legendary show. Destiny as a moderator. Cooley and Tilly did well. Rattlesnake TV Raid. Rachel Wilson. Speak Easy. And Jim Bob in the chat. Unreal. Dang, Jim Bob was in the chat too. Shout outs to Jim Bob, man. We got Always Reason. Okay, that's when he came up. We got Keith the Great. All right. We got Zandal sends in $5. Sorry. Missed most of the stream, but still supporting. We love you, Cooley. Appreciate that. We got Dane Snyder sends in $5. Y'all never got to debate the actual prompt because Destiny steered y'all towards the nature of rights, and that went on for 2 hours. This is true. You know what? But it really didn't matter because all of her points didn't negate bro, we were arguing force doctrine. It's undefeated. Shouts out to Andrew Wilson, right? It's undefeated. No one's defeating force doctrine. We got Dane Snyder again, says in $5. They deny divine authority and cling to pure reason. Their version of it, yeah, that is true. They divine authority and they cling on to pure reason, but their version of pure reason. But according to logic, we should let the hungry starve more for us. Yeah, it's just dumb. Still got some people backstage. Listen, man, I'm about to end stream. Sage, I'm about to end stream. You can come on up my next stream. Next debate night. So I did one today. Next stream will be, you know what? Most likely tomorrow. We'll run it back tomorrow for another one. So next stream is going to be tomorrow. Because I took off like a good 6 days without streaming. So next open panel debate night and reactions is going to be tomorrow. So Sage, the Powdered Dusty, you can come on up tomorrow, man. I'll be streaming at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. And that is a guarantee. We got Dane Snyder again, says in $10. I appreciate it. He says, Destiny is the Coomer Gremlin because he's bisexual who had an open marriage. The Coomer Gremlin filter was a joke. Yeah, I know. I got it. I got what you meant. Okay. Appreciate the love and support, everyone. Next stream is going to be tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be reacting to content and also doing open panel debate night. So anyone that wants to debate me, if they think that, oh, Cooley, man, you lost, you suck, come on up and prove me wrong. Or if you want to debate me about anything within my worldview or any clips that you watch, you can join the stream tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But without further ado, this podcast is No Fugazi, and we're out.
No Fugazi.
And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we can box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't